Welcome into WCCUSN's broadcast of the opener of Sunbelt Conference play between Coastal Carolina and Old Dominion. I'm Cole Dennis, and I will be bringing you play-by-play for this game. And here with me are my two color analysts, the twin duo of Cade and Caleb Williams. How are you two doing this fine evening?
Go ahead. I'm doing great. It's my first game doing this type of thing. Let me slide in here.
Slide in a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's my first game doing this. I've been wanting to do this since my freshman year, so it's really exciting. The vibes are electric. It's the whiteout, Conway. There's no better place to be right now.
Absolutely. The pregame festivities are in high gear right now.
It may be hot and humid out here, but we got whiteout conditions here in Conway, South Carolina. I'm stoked. I'm absolutely thrilled to be here to bring this game for y'all.
Absolutely. Sounds great. Let's go get into these two teams. Coming into today, Old Dominion is 1-3, and that win coming in their last game against Bowling Green, narrowly etching it out 30-27. The running back duo of Aaron Young and Colton Joseph led the team to 200-plus rush yards on the ground and 2 touchdowns, while Pat Conroy had 3 receptions for 99 yards and 2 touchdowns, breathing life into that passing game. Guys, what do you think the Monarchs have to do to send the Coastal crowd home displeased this evening?
Bring the pressure. They haven't been good against the pass all season, allowing 219 yards per game. You're going to want to generate that pressure, put it on Ethan Vasco, make him make a mistake.
Absolutely.
I would say rely on Coastal's greatest weakness, which is their run defense. Their run offense hasn't really gotten it going consistently over the start of the season here. But we've seen time and time again where Coastal has allowed the running back to slip through the little gaps in the offensive line. So I would say Old Dominion got to get that run game going, and that's the key to success for them.
Absolutely. I completely agree with you. I actually wrote down, I think they have to attack the ground hard tonight. Coastal showed against Virginia in their last game that they really struggled against the ground game. Virginia was able to run for over 300 yards against them, so attack the ground if you're Old Dominion. Let's move on to the Coastal side of things. As Coastal started the year looking dominant with the 3-0 record, but their last time out, they were the ones getting dominated by Virginia as they lost 43-24 in front of their home crowd. Coastal fumbled on the opening kick, and it was just downhill from there. Hopefully Coastal was able to regroup and get healthy over this last week's bye and put together a better performance today. Cade, Caleb, what does Coastal have to do today to turn the con wave into a tsunami?
Coastal just has to go back to their fundamentals. Earlier this season, the pass and the run game were working for them. Now in the last the game against Virginia, their run game, Ethan Vasco was our top rusher with 20-some yards, and our pass game has been marginal at best. So go back to those basics, figure out what was working before for you. I'm sure the Shants will walk away with this win.
Absolutely.
I completely agree with what you're saying on that one. Got to fall back to your fundamentals that you used at the beginning of the season. They relied heavily on that RPO, kind of get that going a little bit more. We didn't see a lot of that last game, but hopefully see more of that this game. Walk out here with a win.
Yeah, absolutely. As it is getting real loud in here.
It is.
I know Coastal tonight's going to want to stick to what they do, but I think you can really open up the passing game tonight against this Old Dominion defense. That was their weakness against Bowling Green. They were able to allow Bowling Green to get back into that game through the air. So I'd like to see Vasco stretch the field a little bit tonight. And finally, before we go to break, before this game starts, what are a player for both teams do you think should be watched tonight?
So start for Coastal right now. I got Christian Washington. With introductions to both starting running backs, Javin Simpkins and Braden Bennett. He's going to have a higher workload than usual, and we've seen it over the course of few games, the tandem that they have running back there, the running back committee. Each player has been dominant. But now you got to step up in that higher, more reps, get more of that experience.
Absolutely.
For Old Dominion, I'm going to say Aaron Young, the running back. Their run game has been very good this year for Old Dominion. Keep feet in the back, keep sticking to what you know. Coastal against Virginia was not good on the run. If you keep handing the ball to him, good things will happen.
Absolutely. And I will send us to break. There is 8.5 minutes before the game. Stay tuned. You're listening to WCCUSN, Coastal Carolina Student-Run Sports Network. welcome back into the Conwave's loud right now.
God.
Oh, it's welcome back into WCCUSN's broadcast of Coastal Carolina Chanticleer football as Old Dominion and Coastal are getting set to kick off. There's 10 seconds before kickoff, it says, and the stadium is amped up right now.
It is electric here at Brook Stadium. I got goosebumps right now.
You can feel the energy from this crowd.
The Conway City towel is being waved everywhere right now in the stadium.
Giveaway today for all the fans who entered the stadium for tonight's whiteout.
Absolutely, and Coastal will be kicking off to start this game.
And that's intimidating. It doesn't matter who you are. It could be Alabama. When you walk into a stadium and 90% of the student section and their fans are waving the same color flag or towel around, you're nervous.
Yeah. Thank the Steelers for that tradition as Liam Gray kicks this away, and football is back in Conway as that will go into the end zone for a touchback. Devin Roach back there to return on that play. Didn't get the opportunity, but we'll see him probably have more tonight. And now the Coastal Carolina defense coming out onto the field, led by Shane Bruce. Let's take a look at Shane Bruce's stats on the year in his last game. So linebacker is his position, 6 foot, 235, redshirt senior. Led Coastal with 31 tackles this year. That's 12 more than the next closest. He had 11 tackles against Virginia and 1 pass breakup, and he's the captain of this defense. And now the Monarchs will look to get started with their quarterback, Grant Wilson, under center. And they will hand this off to the running back in a big hole early for the Monarchs, and he'll get brought down after about a 6-yard gain. That was Aaron Young on the carry.
And that's unfortunate. That's what we saw a lot of last week. Again, not last week, week before that against Virginia. They were moving our guys around with ease.
Absolutely. And actually, this is Colton Joseph in at quarterback right now.
Interesting.
Joseph hands that off to Young again. Young bouncing around in the hole, and will pick up the first down before being brought down. Another about 5-yard gain right there for the Monarchs.
Already Old Dominion exploiting that Coastal run defense.
Absolutely. Getting dominant here early as Colton Joseph in the shotgun here for Old Dominion with Young flanked out to his left and the 3 wide out set to his right. And he's looking to hand this off to Young again. And a nice shoelace tackle there for Whiston, I think. For Whiteson. The Coastal D lineman.
And we need to see more of that. It's not just the fact that, they're not in the right position. It's that we haven't seen a lot of people wrapping up. We see a lot of those arm tackles. It's fundamentals. You can't do that. Absolutely. An arm tackle barely takes someone down.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a big hole, and Whitson was able to grab him by his feet as Joseph in the shotgun again puts a receiver in motion. Young to his left, takes the snap, looking for a swing out to Young, gets Young for about 4 yards before getting hit hard by number 1, Shane Bruce.
Coastal's been good through the air, but those screen passes have really been what are the killers for this season.
Absolutely. And now it is 3rd and 5 here on Old Dominion side of the field. The fans are really getting into it here. Gonna let Old Dominion know it's 3rd down all night long. As Joseph is in the shotgun, Young out to his left. 3 wide receivers flanked out wide on the right side. Takes the snap, looking for his man wide open in the flat, but overshoots him. That would have got a first down, but overshoots his man right there.
Coastal got lucky on that one.
Yeah, he had someone clear as day. If he caught that pass, there was nothing but teal turf ahead of him.
Absolutely. His intended target right there was Isaiah Page. Isaiah Page ran a beautiful route at the first down line marker. Beautifully drawn up play, just couldn't execute on Joseph's end at quarterback. And now the punter takes the field. This is Seamus Hall to punt away for Old Dominion with Trey Taylor back to receive the punt. He'll call for a fair catch around the 22-yard line and brings it in. And that's where Coastal's offense will start. What do you expect to see out of Coastal's offense here?
We mentioned at the top of in the beginning of the show, back to fundamentals, go with what worked. The air attack was working. You got some solid runs, but you're missing 2 of your good backs. You have Christian Washington, their transfer from San Jose State. He's been getting some touches. He got a lot of touches against Temple, so we're probably going to see a lot more of that tonight.
Absolutely.
I'd love to see them, take a shot here, just right away, set the tone, maybe get a little bust of coverage from Jamison Tucker down there.
Yeah, a little Trey Taylor shot. I always like
Perhaps.
that. He gets moving, but Trey is not on the field. It looks like as Vasco's in a pistol formation with Washington behind him. And the two tight ends will switch sides, it looks like. Now Baron moves over to join his other tight end on the left side of that offensive line as he'll just hand it off after the snap. And I think that's Simpkins, actually, with the carry for about 2 yards.
Oh, no, Braden. It was
Braden Bennett. So they did get healthy over the bye week.
Well,
that's good.
Braden
That's good to
Bennett
know.
did. Unfortunately, Javonte Simpkins did not. He was ruled out for the rest of the season earlier in the week by Tim Beck. So you're going to go with the duo of Braden Bennett and Christian Washington.
Absolutely, as Vasto takes the snaps and hands it off to Bennett again, and working his way through the hole and gets about 8 yards right there, making it first down. Yep, they will move the chains.
So now this changes the face of everything. You have your 1-2 punch at running back in the backfield. You have a team who's not good against the air, allowing 219 per game. Let's see if the Chanticleers want to take a deep shot here.
Absolutely, with Vasco in the shotgun, Bennett to his left.
Little RPO action.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. That's what they like to do. Just going to hand it off to Bennett here instantly, and he's banging his way around for about 5 yards around that right edge.
I admire our running back's ability to just get behind the tackles, get behind the guards, just let them lead the way.
Making it about second and 2. He got 8 yards on that carry.
Doing a little bit what Old Dominion was doing to start out. 3 straight runs so far for the Chanticleers. Let's see if they do, copy that and go for a screen pass this time.
Tough sledding right now for Braden Bennett. I think Washington came in to replace him now. Vasco in shotgun. Washington to his left. Takes the snap. Looking for Jamison Tucker quick. On the sideline. Gets the completion. Gets about 6 yards and the first down.
Held on through the contact. Good. Feet discipline too. He made sure that's good on a Sunday. That was 2 feet down.
Yeah, absolutely. That goes in any league besides the dog leagues. Vasco in the pistol again, it looks like, with Bennett behind him. Vasco's going to take the snap here, and it's an option play. Pitches it out wide to Bennett on the left side.
There it
goes.
goes.
Opens up for Bennett, and he gets about 20 yards before he is cut down by the safety number 5. That is Jaron Manning. Did you say there's a flag?
There's a penalty marker down, and it's looking like it's on the Chanticleers.
Little laundry. There was a reason the hole was so big, it turns out.
Flag on the play.
You're right in the spot of holding, and that's what it is.
Yep. That will make it second and 10, or first and 20 now. That is not what you would like to see.
Well, I'm still going to mention anyway that tackle made by Jaron Manning. Jaron Manning has had himself a year so far. He is currently sitting tied 3rd in the NCAA with 3 interceptions this season.
Yeah, no, he's killing it in both getting tackles. I think he's 3rd on the team in tackles too, with like 31.
He's putting in the work this year.
And 3 interceptions is crazy. He's someone you got to watch in that secondary. Keep an eye on if you're Vasco. And Vasco in the shotgun here. Bennett out to his left. Puts his tight end in motion. Take the snap. Looking to connect. QB draw right now. Bottled up by that Old Dominion defensive line. Goes nowhere. Bats him up probably 3 more yards.
And I admire Vasco's ability to get, be mobile, get out of the pocket, extend the play. But just something like that, you can't take a sack in that position. You're already backed up due to the false start. Now it's a couple more yards. You're second and 23 now.
I'd be interested to see if that was a designed run or if it was a pass play. Vasco shotgun. Bennett to his left. Seems like he was trying to induce someone to jump offside right there with a hard count. Changing the play at the line now. Bennett now lines up behind him. Second and 23 here. Coastal in a hole after the holding call 2 plays ago. Vasco takes the snap and an option play with Bennett. Bennett keeps it. Takes it up to around the 44 on Coastal's side of the field. Making this 3rd and I would assume 14 here.
Good job making it a little bit more manageable, but still a long way to go.
Coastal, even though they've sort of strayed away from that triple option offense, they still seem to be more run heavy, and I'd like to see less of that. I'd like to see more through the air and try and get your receivers involved a lot more.
Yeah, they really haven't opened the playbook up yet for Vasco in the air, I feel like.
And you know what he can do. He proved it last year in his coming out game against ODU. He thrown into action, performed well.
Absolutely. And Vasco takes the snap here, looking for a receiver downfield. Now gonna tuck it, and the linebacker, he shoots out the linebacker, and then it's table-topped over two more ODU defenders, but get enough to make one miss, but could not pick up the first down. Chopped down around the 50. Got 6, but needed 13.
And that holding penalty just seemed to be the drive killer. Like, it killed all sense of momentum. After that, there was a strong run by Bennett there, but yeah, unfortunately.
That's what happens when you're a run-first team. When you try to pound the rock and then you get behind on the sticks because of a penalty, it really hurts you when trying to come back and gain that first down. Now the punter for Coastal Carolina out on the field.
They say them's the breaks.
Emily Sabafundi punts this away and caught with a fair catch around the 12 by Isaiah Page.
Timeout here.
Yep. We will take a media timeout, as will everyone else. You are listening to WCCUSN, Coastal Carolina Student-Run Sports Network. Stay tuned. Welcome back into WCCUSN's coverage of Coastal Carolina Chanticleer football as Old Dominion takes the field for their second drive of the day. Turning down for what? Yeah. Right now is the Coastal.
Trying to keep that crowd hyped up, trying to keep it in the game.
Absolutely.
A great addition by new AD, Chance Miller.
Yeah. Colton Joseph in the shotgun here. And take the snap, handing it off. No, it's an option play and a big hole for Joseph up the middle. He'll get about 6.
Coastal still seems to not be able to figure out how to stop that run.
So I wouldn't be surprised if they start bringing a safety down inside the box, stack 8 in the box, try and contain that run game.
Absolutely.
They saw what they saw Virginia did to them 2 weeks ago. They had a bye week to figure it out. Now you need to put that into practice, and we're just still not seeing it.
Yep. And Bryce Duke is now the running back in there for Old Dominion on this drive. As Joseph in the shotgun takes the snap, high snap, able to handle it, hands it off to Duke, who gets the first down up the middle for about 5 yards. moving the chains. Both teams have been able to get a couple first downs in their first drive, but then got halted after that. Old Dominion continuing that method here after picking up the first down of this drive. Joseph in the gun. Duke to his right. Joseph takes the snap, juggles the snap a little bit, and there's an edge rusher coming around the edge for Coastal, able to scramble out and flick it to his receiver, not able to be reeled in by Page.
That's the second drop pass of the day we've seen from Old Dominion. Might be a bit of a startling trend building here.
Well, this time it was right in the hands, right in front of him. The other one was a little bit air-mailed over the running back.
They're not looking too accurate so far. No.
Not at all.
He's been a little jumpy. He had some pressure coming down on him.
Yeah. You had 50 bending around the edge as Nathan Thompson. And Joseph in the shotgun here. Duke to his right, puts Page in motion, takes the snap, looking for a receiver downfield, but the Coastal front is getting after him. He's able to sling it away, and it gets out of bounds at the line. It's going to make it 3rd and 10 here, and this crowd is about to get amped up.
Beautiful pressure there by Coastal. Forced the QB out of the pocket, way in the backfield, and almost forced him to make a mistake.
I made a mistake. That is Clev Lubin, number 50. He is the bandit position here. He almost stole a sack right there as Joseph is in shotgun here. Duke to his right. 3 receivers split out to the left, though, spreading out the Coastal defense. Joseph looking to the sideline as this crowd is trying to make the communication harder here. Joseph takes the snap, looking for a receiver downfield, finds his running back out of the backfield, who's able to avoid a tackle and gets past the first down marker, picking up about 12 yards there. I think that was Duke out the backfield again. Devin Roche.
Yeah. I know the saying goes, low man wins, but you can't make a tackle laying on the ground.
Yeah, no, it's never
He
good.
sold out a little too early for that tackle.
When you end up on your face and he ends up running by you, is never a good look. Joseph takes the snap, gonna hand this one off to Roche. And Roche this time gets pushed over by Shane Bruce. He gets one hand on him and Roche basically just falls.
There goes that man.
And there's some penetration I've been waiting to see since the Virginia game. For that run defense, getting through, stopping the run.
Absolutely.
Need to see more of that.
And that's the guy you want setting the tempo for this defense. Your captain, Shane Bruce, getting in there, making a tackle for a loss.
They play through him.
I think his 2nd tackle for loss this year. Now, Joseph in the shotgun takes the snap, looking for a receiver downfield, now dancing around in the pocket and slings it to his receiver. That is number 0, Deontay Vines on the reception, gets about 3 yards up to the 40.
Met immediately by Juan Powell.
Besides allowing that third down conversion, I'm liking what I'm seeing from the defense now. Generating so much pressure, putting some heat on the quarterback, making it difficult for Old Dominion to push the ball downfield.
I think that was Powell with the tackle for Coastal Carolina there. This is now a 3rd and 8 opportunity for Old Dominion here. As Joseph's in the shotgun, Roche to his right. Joseph takes the snap, looking for a receiver downfield. He got a receiver on a curl route, bounces off a would-be tackler, and then gets hammered down at the Coastal 45-yard line. Deontay Vines making an impact there on 3rd down.
Turn the Monarchs loose once more, allowing a 3rd down and long conversion.
Absolutely. It looks like Coastal played zone coverage there. Deontay Vines found the soft spot in the zone and just sat there and waited for the ball. But we will head to a media timeout. Stay tuned to WCCUSN, Coastal Carolina Student-Run Sports Network. Welcome back into WCCUSN's broadcast of Coastal Carolina versus Old Dominion in college football. Saturday night under the lights. Couldn't get any more beautiful for this football evening, honestly.
Go ahead. Absolutely not. If you look directly ahead, you see the skyline right there, just over the bleachers. That sky is just a gorgeous color. The moon's starting to show.
Absolutely, ladies, get your phones out for the sunset. But Joseph now in shotgun. There's 5:03 left on the clock here. There was an injury to Vines on that last play. He was able to walk off the field. And this is a little bit of a trick play as he takes the snap. Acts like he's going to throw it wide and flips it to his tight end up the middle. Coastal wasn't fooled, though.
Absolutely not. Good job by the defense not to get fooled on that one. That could have gone for a big play had they gotten fooled.
Absolutely, and they pushed him back, it looks like 4 or 5 yards on that play single-handedly, making it 2nd and 14 here.
Loss of 3. Second down.
I think that was number 50 again blowing that up, Clev Lubin. Now Joseph in the shotgun. I think that it's Duke to his left, takes the snap, looking for a receiver, gets his man on a drag route, but brought down instantly by Coastal Carolina's Juan Powell.
You can't call that. You can't. It's going to be, there's a penalty in the backfield. It's looking like it's going to be roughing the passer on number 47 for Coastal Carolina.
That is Clinton Anakuwaru.
The quarterback got rid of the ball right before the point of impact. He did hit him up in the shoulders a little bit, but he put his hands up. You can't slow down a moving freight train.
I'm not gonna lie, I completely missed it, so I'll trust you right now. My boy Caleb ain't happy.
It's
They break that down with that one.
These little mistakes that are costing the Chanticleers, allowing a first down on 2 third and longs, and now a 15-yard personal foul.
Absolutely, as Joseph takes the snap, gonna hand it off to Dude. No, Joseph keeps it around the edge on an option play, and he's gonna take it down to about the 8-yard line. Busting away from around the edge from the Coastal defenders right there.
QB utilizing his speed on that little read option.
Absolutely. As you said, Coastal is shooting themselves in the foot right now. On that first drive, they were moving. Had a penalty halt them there, and now couldn't get Old Dominion off the field on 2 third downs. Another penalty. Joseph takes the snap, rolling out to the right, finds. That is Duke underneath, and he runs in for a touchdown. Old Dominion, it is going to be a 6-0 lead here with 3:39 on the clock.
And those are the breaks for the Chanticleers. Like you were saying, the drive before, big run called back from a penalty, back on defense, 2 third and longs allowed, and then right after you just got a huge tackle for a loss to bring up 2nd down, you rough the passer. Old Dominion goes down, takes down momentum and scores.
Absolutely, and now I think this is Ethan Sanchez in to kick the extra point for Old Dominion as they do that weird setup with their special teams. And he puts it right up and through. Sanchez nails it. And now it's 7-0 Old Dominion. And Coastal will get its 2nd shot to respond here. After this break, you're listening to WCCUSN, Coastal Carolina Student-Run Sports Network. Welcome back into WCCUSN's coverage of Coastal Carolina Chanticleer football. Old Dominion just scored, and now we'll kick it off to Coastal once again. Coming out for the kickoff, Ethan Sanchez.
They're emptying out the bag in this stadium. Got a little jellyfish jam going on.
What?
A little jellyfish jam going on.
Actually, this is Ethan Chain on the kickoff. And looks like Coastal does not have Trey Taylor back there this time on kick return. That is Christian Washington and Braden Bennett again back there as a duo.
A little bit of an alarming trend so far for Coastal. They've allowed 7 first downs so far. Old Dominion gets about 300 plus yards per game. It's almost the end of the first quarter. They're nearing the 100 mark.
Yeah. And here comes Chain's kickoff. And Washington lets it bounce in the end zone, and they will start at the 25.
So there was a lot of good on that last Coastal offensive drive. Obviously, got stomped out by the penalty, and then Vasco took a sack, and they just couldn't get the momentum back going. I think that if they could just reignite that, harness that energy once again from the crowd, get a couple of like big chunk plays going, maybe a little dig and dash over the middle, a little slant route, a little inside zone, just get something going, get that momentum pumping.
Yeah. The good news is the ground game was working that first drive.
Absolutely, you just got to mop up some of those mistakes and you'll be chugging right along.
Absolutely. Vasco in the pistol here. Bennett behind him, takes the hit snap. Oh, Bennett's a little flea flicker. He's looking for his man way downfield over the top. And he's held
my
it
goodness!
At the 26-yard line, he gets brought down, but the flea flicker works to perfection. That's exactly what you were looking for. Cameron Wright on the reception. I think that flips the field.
I mean, that'll work. That'll definitely get you going. That puts some wind in your sails. And I was about to say before you start talking about it, I would like to see them go away from the run a little bit and go more for the pass. I got my wish right there.
Absolutely. And now the refs will stop this game. And now they will review if Wright actually brought in that catch. He did juggle it a little bit, it looks like. But from up here, I mean, I don't have the best eyes on the ball, but it looks like he brought it in pretty clean.
I mean, from when I originally saw it, I had thought that he may have dropped it, but
it looked like he had his forearms underneath the ball.
Yeah. Let's see if they will play a replay on our board, but
they will not.
Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't.
Usually,
they will.
There it is. Let's back it up a little bit.
It looks pretty clean right there. The refs
quick review.
And it stands. Not confirmed, but it stands, and the Coastal crowd will take it as Wright gets credit for his 46-yard reception on that ball.
Nice chunk play there for the Chanticleers. Like I was saying before, get some momentum under those wheels.
And Vasco dropped that ball in there perfectly, basically, right over the shoulder in the bread basket. Vasco in the shotgun here. Bennett to his right. Vasco changing the play at the line, it looks like, here for Coastal's offense. On Old Dominion's 29-yard line right now. Vasco takes the snap. It's looking to be a QB power around the left side, and he goes nowhere. Maybe picks up a yard, if that.
That's one of those plays that I keep scratching my head on. Coastal keeps going to the well with the QB draws and the QB power and, QB option.
Absolutely.
Stop using the quarterback so much in the run. You have a position called the running back for a reason. Give it to the guys. Give it to those who specialize in that position and preserve Vasco's health a little bit.
Absolutely, and that was Angelo Rankins Jr. on the tackle for Old Dominion, making this 2nd and 10. Vasco in the shotgun. Washington, or blanking Bennett to his right here. A lot of wide receivers spread out, and this is a blitz, but it's a perfect play to call a screen pass, but blown up right there by number 5, Jerron Manning once again. Jerron Manning making a play.
And from where I'm standing, they had a gap for a second. You had like 2 guys bearing down and 3 offensive linemen. They all kind of whiffed on their guys.
Yeah, a bolt of black just went flying across that field with Jerron Manning attacking that screen pass. If he doesn't blow that up, that's probably a walk-in touchdown for Jamison Tucker on that screen pass. As Vasco's in the shotgun with Bennett to his right one more time. 3rd and 11 here at Old Dominion's 30-yard line. A clear passing down, if there's ever been one. 1:20 on the clock, and now I think Coastal is going to take a timeout with the play clock winding down there. This is a 30-second timeout, so we will stay in here. What do you think Coastal should do to get this 3rd down right here? What's the play you're drawing up?
I'm going to draw up just a little 5-yard curl to the tight end, see if he can make a miss, or the power thrower guy, get those yards, and if not, you get close enough for a field goal.
Yeah, I agree with you. As much as I would like to take a shot towards the end zone, I mean, I would not write that out, take a shot to the end zone, because they are well within Hensley's range.
Yeah.
So I'd say maybe drop, have one run, Tanner run a little curl route, maybe send Tucker on a little stream down the field, see if he can get open.
Yeah, a little deception.
I know I do not want to see anything to do with the back, anything to do with your legs. Sit in the pocket, push the ball forward. If it's an incompletion, it's an incompletion.
Yeah, don't want to see a Vasco QB draw here.
Absolutely not.
Vasco.
You're not trying to get room for the punter. You're trying to push the ball across the 1st down and continue to stop the drive from stalling.
Absolutely, as Vasco's in the shotgun with Simeon Price next to him on his right side. Vasco takes the snap, looking for man downfield, and he has this man, and he overthrows him. Overthrows Seneca McKee. That was an easy touchdown for Seneca, but Vasco could not find him, but there is a flag in the backfield. If this is holding, this could be huge against Coastal, pushing them out of field goal range, and it does look that way.
Here's the thing, if they accept it, then they get to run 3rd down again. If they decline it, it's 4th down.
And they do accept it, and this will back Coastal up to the 40-yard line, making it a 57-yard field goal if they were to attempt one, if they don't get any yards on this play. Cade Hensley has proven he has delayed for deep field goals, but this one might be a little too deep.
So now we kind of flip to where now we got to get into field goal range.
A run is not out of the question, but maybe I'd like to see a slant route, a short little slant.
RPO type action. Vasco takes the snap, looking for a receiver downfield, and he's going to have Wright running free down the sideline, able to avoid a tackle and trips down around the 6.
That'll do. That'll certainly do.
Absolutely. We will take that any day of the week. Moving the chains. 1st and goal, Coastal Carolina from Old Dominion's 8-yard line. And the offense is running up tempo. Vasco in the shotgun, takes the snap, QB power. Never mind, he pulls it to Barong and gets the touchdown. What a trick play right there.
And this crowd has exploded.
You know, in this world, you can rarely get what you wish for on that. Before that pass on 3rd down, I was hoping for a short little slant. I'm glad I didn't get that, because 2 quick passes deep downfield leads to John Clear 6.
Absolutely. Not afraid to sling the rock against this Old Dominion defense. We talked about it before the game, how they allowed 300 passing yards to Bowling Green and allowed Bowling Green to stay in that game via the pass. And now Coastal able to take advantage at the end of the drive. I mean, all the way through that drive. Hits right over the top, then down the sideline as Hensley puts the PAT up and through. But 7-7 all with 45 seconds left in the 1st quarter.
A lot of moxie from that Coastal offense to stay in there. They let that penalty, kill their momentum.
Nope.
Stayed in there. Tucker, 17 found a little soft spot in the defense and sat there.
Yep, and as you mentioned, we talked about earlier in the show, 219 pass yards a game from Old Dominion. They're allowing Coastal almost has 100 here in the 1st quarter.
Yeah. And Coastal Carolina.
A little swag surfing going on here.
What?
Got a little swag surfing going on here.
Yeah, I know. The swag surfing's going crazy. I think Kirk Cousins has made this a big thing now.
Kirk Co-Chains?
Yeah, Kirk Co-Chains. Absolutely.
Mr. Cole's Cash himself.
That's actually my brand, Coles.
Yeah. What an answer, though. Because this was a drive right after the Old Dominion score. So what an answer by Coastal Carolina.
I mean, it's a very mirrored match right now. Both teams get a couple 1st downs the 1st drive, forced to punt. Then on their 2nd drive, they're both able to punch it in. Here comes the kickoff. It's a sneaky onside kick, but Old Dominion's going to recover it. That was Liam Gray trying to sneak the onside kick. But a great recovery right there. I think that was number 38.
There's a little bit of John going on at center, at midfield there.
Seth Noatala on the recovery on that onside kick. Old Dominion will start at the Coastal 49 because of that.
I don't know if I really like that play call.
I always like a sneaky one.
I get you're trying to capitalize on the momentum you just got.
Yeah.
But now you put yourself in a situation to where you can get that momentum taken away from you.
Yeah, but I always see it as a trust. The coach has trust in the defense to get a stop no matter what.
No, absolutely.
I always like that. And Joseph takes the field again. He's in the shotgun with his running back Young to his right. 2 wideouts. Oh, he sends Page in motion, takes the snap, and flings it out to his receiver in the flat, who's trying to make a man miss. It's about 8 yards on that gain. That was number 8, Miles Alston on the reception.
And we're talking about momentum. We're talking about, you know, these different trickery things. I'm perfectly fine with a shootout as long as there's some big defensive stops down the road.
Down the line.
Perfectly fine with some scoring.
Absolutely is Joseph in the shotgun here.
They don't necessarily have to run a play here.
No, they do not. I think they won't be running a play here, as they will just take it to the second quarter as the clock's hit 0 in this first. It's been an entertaining game so far. Hopefully it can keep up through these next 3 quarters. But we are going to head to break as the quarters switch. You're listening to WCCUSN, Coastal Carolina Student-Run Sports Network. Stay tuned. Welcome back into WCCUSN's coverage of Coastal Carolina football as the score is tied here entering the second quarter, 7-7. Old Dominion has the ball on Coastal's 43-yard line, and it is 2nd and 4. And they will look to push down this field after Coastal attempted an onside kick to close the first quarter, basically.
Second down and 4.
Trust in their defense to get a stop here. Joseph's in shotgun with Duke to his right, and he's going to hand it off to Young, actually. And he's brought down instantly by that Coastal D-line in the backfield. The loss of 1, making it 3rd and 5.
You know, that's the reason you trust your defense. They saw the miscues they were making early in the first quarter. They seem to have kind of staunched the bleeding a little bit. Let's see if they can get some consistency down there.
Absolutely.
Good momentum play there from the Chanticleer defense. Tackle for a loss. No penalties.
Absolutely, and get him off the field here. Past couple third downs, Old Dominion's been able to pick up % on the year on third down conversions, or about 75% right now in this game alone. Joseph takes the snap, looking for a man, a lot of pressure in his face now, takes off up the middle, big hole, taking it down to the 25 where he slides.
Joseph with the quarterback keeper.
The one that got away for the third time.
Joseph is really showing off those legs here today.
Old Dominion really showing up in the clutch here in the third down
Absolutely.
situations.
They are showing out on third down as Coastal's defense can't get them off the field.
So far, a lot of their chunk plays have come on third down.
And with the run game, too.
Absolutely, but there haven't been any third and longs yet. And Joseph able to take the snap, swings it out wide to his receiver. He's going to get upfield for about 9 yards. That was Isaiah Page on the reception.
Looking at the stats a little bit, Old Dominion has kept it actually pretty balanced between the pass game and the run game.
Yeah, 56 total rush yards and 54 total pass yards. So as balanced as it gets, really.
Second down at the 18.
Joseph is in the shotgun again with Young to his left. Joseph takes the snap, fakes a handoff to Young, puts it out wide to Page, and Page trips and goes down 1 yard short, picking up only 1 on the game. And he might have been able to get in the end zone there if he doesn't fall.
It seems like the turf monster's out and about, lurking out here on the surf turf.
Yeah, the surf turf working for us. And now it's 3rd and 1 on Coastal's 17-yard line. They need to get it to the 16. Joseph in the shotgun. Wouldn't be surprised if they ran an option here.
Also
Page
going nickel
in
here.
motion, and it's going to be a handoff up the middle to Young. He's going to be brought down after 4 yards, and he gets the first down.
Coastal showed nickel there.
Goes to Aaron Young.
Busting out the nickel. Interesting formation on a 3rd and 1.
5 defensive backs. Might be a little questionable. He might have been anticipating a pass there. Maybe it's a little bit of a surprise.
Absolutely, and the Monarchs are running a little bit of tempo offense here as they rush to the line, and now they're slowing it down as Joseph looks to the sideline to get a play.
We got press coverage down there on the near side.
3 receivers flanked out on that near side. Joseph takes the snap, gonna hand it off to Young, and Coastal's defense bottles that up for only 2 yards. A big swarm of white shirt jerseys there to wrap them down. I think Shane Bruce was a part of that in some way. And we got a Monarch down on the field right now. I think that is number 77, Keenan McNally. So we will head to break as they sort out the injury on the field. You're listening to WCCUSN, Coastal Carolina Student-Run Sports Network. Welcome back into WCCUSN's coverage of Coastal Carolina Chanticleer football. It was actually number 171, Santana Saunders, on the injury, and not Keanan McNally. So Santana Saunders steps off the field. 2nd and 8 for Old Dominion on Coastal's 11-yard line. Joseph takes the snap, looking for a receiver. Now going to step up in the pocket and take off, and scrambles for about 4 yards before being brought down by Shane Bruce. And I think that was 95 on the D-line.
Here we go, bend don't break.
Juan Barber.
Old Dominion can get a first down here.
They can.
They don't have to score.
3rd and 6.
It's bend don't break time for
Coastal's
Coastal
9.
defense. Sorry.
It is bend don't break time here. These are the money downs in the money area. 3rd down from the 9. Can get a first down at the 3. Joseph in the shotgun. Will take the snap, fake a handoff to Young. Never mind, he gives it to Young. Young trying to get around the edge, but Coastal swarming. Does he fight for it? No, he's down 1 yard shy.
Decision time here for Old Dominion. You are right there. You are 4 yards away from the goal line. You're maybe about half a yard away from getting the first down.
Well, it looks like the offense is hurrying up to the line here and not leaving the field.
Before this, oh sorry, go ahead.
No,
My fault. Before they start the ball, oh sorry. I would like to point out, Old Dominion is 100% this year on 4th down conversions.
They are 4 for 4, 100%. 4th and 1 here. Can Coastal make them not perfect anymore? Joseph looking to draw someone off sides, and a penalty does come out. I think it's going to be against Old Dominion, though.
Coastal started pointing first.
That's one of my favorite parts. Is I know you, no, it was you. Start blaming each other.
Even no matter how clear it is. False start on Old Dominion, and that's what the ruckus crowd can do to you as an offense coming into a hostile environment.
Especially that close to the student section. That student section was yelling. They were loud down there.
Absolutely, and now Ethan Sanchez will just come in to boot this one through the uprights and give Old Dominion a 10-7 lead if he makes it.
That's that home field advantage. The student section being right there. They've been loud all game so far.
And they're going to let Ethan Sanchez know. The towels are waving in the student section here, trying to distract him. Maybe trying to create a breeze to wipe this ball away. Sanchez boots it right up and through, though, making this a 10-7 game.
With 9 minutes and 58 seconds remaining.
And we will take a media timeout. The score is 10-7 with 9:58 on the clock. You're listening to WCCUSN, Coastal Carolina Student-Run Sports Network. Welcome back into WCCUSN's coverage of Coastal Carolina Chanticleer football. The score is 10-7 after Old Dominion was able to boot through a field goal on that last drive. Coastal's defense did a great job making sure that onside kick didn't punish them too hard.
No, exactly. And like you said, trust the defense. He trusted his defense, and no, it's not, you would rather no points come out of it, but we'll take 3 points over 7 points any day.
Absolutely.
I'm not mad about that defensive drive by Coastal Carolina. Stop the, like I said, the outside kick from hurting them. It felt like that drive from Old Dominion took forever. Shaved a lot of time off the clock.
And here comes their kicker, Ethan Chang, to kick this one off to Coastal. Will we see a return here? Chang bombs this away, and it will just go through the end zone, and Coastal will start at the 25 again.
And to your point about Old Dominion, they just holding the ball for that drive. They had the ball to end the first quarter, and right now it's 9:58, and Coastal's just getting the ball back. 9:58 left in the second.
Yeah, they're trying to chew that clock.
And that's a good tactic too, because the longer the defense is on the field, the more tired they are going farther into the game. Kind of whittles them down a little bit and makes it more difficult as the game goes on.
Yeah, the less likely this offense, Coastal's offense, can get out there. And I mean, they've been a pretty proficient offense this year through most of their games, so it's pretty ideal to keep them off the field as Vasco's in the shotgun here. Going to take the snap, fake the handoff to Price. Looking for a receiver downfield, looking for Barone, throwing across, couldn't reel it in though. A little behind Barone right there.
I think he would have come up with that. He just kind of slipped. A little contact with the DB, with the linebacker down there, knocked him off his feet a little bit, just couldn't come back to the ball.
It looked like a broken play there. He couldn't go anywhere with his legs. His receivers were covered. Barong was his only hope, but he can only throw it behind him because he already overran the route.
Absolutely, as Vasco takes the snap. I'm going to shuffle this out wide to number 4. I think that is Simpkins, right? Number 4?
No.
That is Bryson Graves. My bad. Number 5 is Simpkins.
As if Simpkins is not coming back the rest of the year.
I was like, I'm confused.
No, you're all good.
Stopped on the play by Rashid Reason.
Vasco in shotgun with Price to his right.
I'm cool with Bryson Gray's little jet sweep action.
Absolutely, and Vasco changing the play at the line, it looks like. And the call in from the sideline, all the hand motions. Vasco takes the snap here, looking for a receiver downfield. Pumps, scrambling around, looking for anywhere to go. Now just running for his life. Throwing it to Jamison Tucker, who reels it in for a first down around the 41-yard line.
And what an improviser back there, running around. He was looking like he had a child who had something he wasn't supposed to have back there. Looked like he was going to bolt forward, then step back, ran around outside.
Absolutely, and now Vasco takes the snap and hands it off to Price, who's banging himself around for about 4 yards.
Also, a lot of props to Vasco, but also a lot of props to Tucker, just getting in the position getting in the best position to make that reception.
Absolutely. Now that I'm looking, I'm a little fooled. I think that might actually be Malik Maiga out there instead of Tucker, number 9 instead of 8, because that's Tucker coming onto the field now for Trey Taylor.
It's so fast.
Yeah, they're
still credit to Maiga.
Absolutely, and Vasco shotgun with Price to his right or left.
Hoping to see some more out of Maiga today. Penn State transfer.
Absolutely. As Vasco takes the snap, gonna hand it off to Price up the middle, picking a hole to hit, and some tough yardage there. Only about 2 before a swarm of black jerseys bottle them up. 3rd and 4 or 3rd and 5 here for Coastal Carolina on their own 46-yard line. A little bit of a tempo here for Coastal's offense as Vasco's in the shotgun. Right. Now they're changing the play again. Price flips, but there's a flag coming in. I think Maiga threw a block basically downfield on that pit play.
Penalty markers come in.
He was wide open on that play. I was surprised if one of the receivers did set a pick. Oh, one of the offensive linemen down there is very, very heated. His helmet is off.
Very unhappy.
Could be defensive hands to the face.
It sits.
Hands to the face.
Yeah, that's in the secondary. As Coastal continues to shoot themselves in the foot, Micah is called for offense.
Yep. Interesting, calling OPI instead of legal touching?
Contact.
Not touching, legal contact.
Yeah.
Typically when you see OPI, it's the guy who caught the ball.
Typically.
Yeah, I think it's because the ball was kind of in the air and the break of their routes. And he kind of just clipped the guy coming in. And by clipped, I mean directly ran at him.
Tried to run a pick like it's basketball.
Yeah, exactly. Vasco now on 3rd and 23. Takes the snap. Looking for a quick hitter out wide to his guy. And he gets out around the 40-yard line. That's Seneca McKee. Picking up about 10 yards maybe there. Making it 4th and 11.
The fans here, a bit of a late hit, and I can see what they're seeing.
They weren't happy with the hit on the sideline there to McKee.
He didn't tackle him, but he ran into him when his foot hit the line. He was already being guided out of bounds by an Old Dominion defensive back.
Absolutely, and now Emili Sabafundi comes in to punt this away.
So once again, another Coastal drive killed by a penalty. Seems to be a worrying trend starting here for the Chanticleers.
I think there's only been one penalty on Old Dominion, while Coastal is filling up that column on the stat sheet with about 5, and here backing them up to the 35 now. Doesn't hurt the most on a punt, gives you more room to work with, but Sabafundi has not really impressed me too much with his leg when punting.
And now Coastal backed up 5 yards to a delay game. Punting on 4th and 16.
6:19 on the clock as Sabafundi punts this away, and a fair catch will be made at the 32-yard line by Isaiah Page.
Makes a fair catch.
And we will go to a media timeout. Stay tuned. You're listening to WCCUSN, Coastal Carolina's student-run sports network. Welcome back into WCCUSN's coverage of Chanticleer football. Coastal just punted the ball back to Old Dominion, and Joseph will start the drive at Old Dominion's 32, trying to get this offense down the field once again after back-to-back scoring drives.
Something to keep an eye on a little bit. Tempers are getting a little bit heightened. After the punt, there was 2 Chanticleers jawing off with a Monarch.
Well, tension is getting increased here in this game.
And what else do you expect from a conference game?
The first one, too.
The first one at that.
Joseph in the shotgun with Yum to his left. Puts a receiver in motion, fakes the handoff to Yum. Looking downfield now, got his tight end, but overshoots him. Game last week, 3 receptions for 99 yards and 2 touchdowns.
Someone definitely keep an eye on if you're the Chanticleers.
Yeah. That's a good day at the office.
Absolutely.
And you can see why for a tight end, he was quick.
Yeah, he was moving downfield. Surprised the Coastal defense. He had a step or two on the safeties back there.
So you don't typically see a tight end out there running a streak route.
Absolutely. Now it's 2nd and 10 here.
Tight ends typically aren't that fast. He has a step on Abraham Timoney, the third.
Absolutely. Page goes in motion. Yeah, Joseph takes the snap, gives it off to his running back, who gets wrapped up after he gets to about to the 41. Making this 3rd and 7, I believe. That was Roche on the carry, Devin Roche.
That one caught me a little off guard. I thought the whistle was blowing, but then I saw more Chanticleers going for him. They go, whoa!
Gotta get after it. You thought there was a fight breaking down. 3rd and 5 here, though.
I was about to go down.
On ODU side of the field at the 36. Joseph in shotgun. Roche to his left, takes the snap, and now just gonna tuck it and run and gets to the line. The mark, it looks like, to the 42. Puts up exactly 5, so that will move the chains.
And the struggles on 3rd down continue for the Coastal Carolina Chanticleers.
1st down and 10.
Yeah, against a team that really struggled moving the chains on 3rd downs through their first 4 games of the year. Now really showing up here against Coastal.
Looks like we're making another look at it.
That's the 2nd time Colton Joseph has yanked it down on 3rd and taken it himself.
Absolutely, and they will be looking at the previous spot of the ball to see where Joseph got to. It'll be interesting to see if this moves as quick as the first replay review, or if there's more to look at with this one.
So from my vantage point, it's hard to tell, but I thought he might have been maybe half a yard short.
Yep, here's the replay on the big screen here. It will be interesting.
He's down right there.
And so his butt lands like exactly at the 42-yard line, but he's also turned facing Old Dominion's end zone, trying to describe this for our radio listeners.
His knee may have gone down first? No.
Out of visual, so it looks like the ball is behind him, and it should be around the 42-yard line.
Somewhere between the 42 and the 41, maybe.
That would back him up a whole yard. I think they're marked at the 43 right now, so.
It does have to be conclusive, and Rods get the call here.
And they do overturn it with that review, and it will be 4th and inches now for Old Dominion.
So you were seeing what they were seeing. His butt came down. He was about between the 41, 42-yard hash mark.
Back him up.
Back him up a little bit. We'll see what Old Dominion decides to go with. It looks like they're sending out the punt team.
Yep, they do have the punt unit out on the field. As Seamus Hall will boot this one away.
Honestly, sorry.
No, you're good. You can go.
Honestly, a little surprised that they're going with the punt here, being half a yard away and being perfect as they are on 4th down.
Yeah. Guess they don't want to make it a short field for that Coastal offense. They got a lead. Playing safe football here, Old Dominion. But Seamus Hall will boot this away. And he gets it up. And it's not traveling too far in the air as Trey Tucker reels it in with a fair catch at the 28-yard line.
And it looks like Coastal's block attempt may be earning them a penalty. He tried to go over the top of the defender.
Yeah, Coastal shooting themselves in the foot right now. I think that was Najuan Barber who jumped way high in the air and got folded by a Old Dominion player. Yep, 15 yards, moving the chains now for Old Dominion as Coastal continues to shoot themselves in the foot. That completely changes possession now.
And you hate to see that. Why are you jumping that high to try and block the punt? You're getting the ball out. You want the field position, I get that. But you're jumping so high, your belly is touching the top of the helmet of the player in front of you, the crown of the helmet. No.
Najuan Barber has to think before he does that.
I admire the effort, I really do, but you have to think about, in the grand scheme of things, is it worth it? And it was not.
Almost as bad as a turnover right there. Now Old Dominion's on Coastal side of the field at the Coastal's 44-yard line. Joseph. getting a second chance with this drive now, as they are changing the play at the line. Joseph in shotgun with Roche to his right. Joseph takes the snap, gonna hand it off to Roche, going to the left side, and he gets bodied by about 2 Coastal middle linebackers right there. That is Gideon. And here comes the chippiness as Matthew McDoom loses his helmet that play due to a Old Dominion player, and a penalty comes out.
This one's looking like it'll be against Old Dominion this time.
So the 15 yards they just got, they might just be losing now.
Yep, unnecessary roughness on Old Dominion, backing them up 15 yards. I didn't hear the number of who it was, but these two teams are now getting chippy, as you said, Caleb.
And the more I think about this is probably a hot take, that if a penalty occurs after the play is over, then it should be added on after the down should count, and it'd be added on to. So instead of a 2nd and 10, it'll be, or instead of 1st and 10, it'll be 2nd and however long.
Yeah.
In this case, 25.
It's now 2nd and 25. With Joseph in the shotgun, gonna take the snap, fake a handoff to Roche. Now looking for his receiver down the seam, and he has his man streaking into the end zone. That was Isaiah Page running free, busted coverage from Coastal Carolina, and the second chance is taken advantage of by Old Dominion.
That was just a weird drive, in my opinion. Yeah, the penalty on Coastal Carolina, which moved them up, gave Old Dominion the first down. Unnecessary to Old Dominion, moved them back to where near the original spot was, and then just a busted coverage over the middle. Receiver took advantage of it, and now Old Dominion's in there for 6.
Absolutely, and now looking to make this a 10-point game is Ethan Sanchez on this extra point. So they come out in that weird formation and then shift to normal field goal.
And it's a little unusual for the Chanticleers. They're only allowing around 120 pass yards per game. Not 120, my bad, 190 per game, and Old Dominion's reached the 118 mark
already,
going into halftime soon.
Absolutely, and Colton Joseph today has been 11 for 15 for that 118 yards and 2 touchdowns now, with a passer rating so far at 183.4. So he's having a pretty incredible game tonight against the Chanticleer defense.
It's just very unfortunate. Coastal just can't seem to get out of their own way on offense and on defense.
Yeah. Joseph actually also leads Old Dominion in rushing with 5 rushing attempts for 51 yards, too. So doing it on both fronts right now.
Take a look at the stats. Old Dominion has almost broken through 100 on both their rushing yards and their passing yards. And Coastal just seems to not be able to get the run game going, which kind of takes out another layer of their game, which is the RPO. If they can't get a consistent run game going, they can't really run the RPO because it's not going to fool anybody.
Well, that linebacker duo Old Dominion has of Koa Natala and Mario Thompson is pretty incredible and make it hard to run on them, as Old Dominion's kicker boots it into the end zone for a touchback. Sanchez doesn't allow Coastal to return it. Coastal will start at the 25. Vasco so far today having a pretty solid game, honestly. 7 for 8, 113 and a touchdown. I mean, you can't ask for him to perform any better than that, I feel like. So
absolutely not. It's the defense that's so far been failing to play up to the challenge, and they just look lost out there right now.
Well, also, but I'd like to say, yes, as the defense, I would like to see more out of them. It's more so the penalties that both sides of the ball have been taking.
Yeah.
Shooting themselves in the foot consistently. I'd like to pull up the penalty stat when I can. Vasco takes the snap here, gonna hand it off the middle to Price. And Bennett rolls off him. And he's breaking down 50, 45, 40, 35, 30, 25, 20, 15, 10. Brought down at the 7-yard line.
I think that's Washington down there.
Is that Christian Washington who bursted that one through?
Yep, certainly is.
Christian Washington makes his name known here in this game.
There it is. That's what you want to see. The run game finally breaking through, finally having a chunk play.
That was only his 2nd attempt of the game, and it goes for about, I think, 60 yards. 60 plus at least.
I'll say they just went from 40 rush yards in the game to 108 yard rushing in the game.
There we go. That's a big boost. Now Vasto in the shotgun. 3 receivers split out to the right here. And Washington remains in the backfield to his right also.
Transfer from San Jose State, putting up big numbers.
And Tim Beck calls a timeout here for Coastal. 3:28 on the clock. 7-17 is the score. Coastal trying to cut into it here after a huge explosive play from Christian Washington.
That was just some strong running by Christian Washington to push himself not only through a pile of bodies, but to absolutely just lower his shoulder and lay the boomstick on the middle linebacker sitting there waiting to try and like wrap him up.
Yeah, able to roll off that tackler at the 40. The only guy that was in front of him after he was able to navigate through that pile of men.
And that's what you've been waiting to see. We saw a chunk play with going over the top earlier in the game, which eventually led to Coastal getting their first point in the game, as well as now a huge run from Washington to maybe pull some of that momentum away from Old Dominion. I wanted to go back and talk about those penalties. I believe the split goes 2 on Coastal's offense, a holding and a pass interference offensively. But with the defense, that leaves 4 defensive penalties, including a couple personal fouls. So stuff that is easily to clean up, and just should not happen.
It would be 3 defensive, 1 special teams.
I guess.
Rashid Reason was the cornerback that chased down Washington on that previous play. Vasco in shotgun. Washington to his left. Going to take the snap, hand it off to Washington up the middle, looking for any room to work, and just brought down at the line of scrimmage.
Want to see if they can have Washington, the hard work will pay off with 6, but
yeah,
maybe a little bit, maybe small little pass here to an open tight end for this next play would be pretty good.
This is usually where Coastal pulls out one of those RPO plays. Watch right on a slant, maybe, I would say, here on an RPO.
Maybe send Barong in the flat.
Yep.
You're in a spot where you just got to take what the defense gives you.
Vasco, shotgun, Washington to his right. 3 receivers split out wide. Now Washington motions over to Vasco's left side, going to take the snap, but I think there's a penalty that comes in.
Delay a game.
Delay a game.
They usually give the offense at least half a beat
After 0.
After 0, but it seems like they were right on top of it this time.
They were locked in. And that bats Coastal,
if that's what you want to call it.
5 yards, making it 2nd and goal from the 12-yard line now. Still in the red zone, but making it a little more difficult on themselves.
Getting a little ahead of themselves here. The offense just kind of like take a deep breath, find their center, and take what the defense gives you.
Vasco in shotgun with Washington to his right.
Pushing them back, opens the playbook up a little bit, gives them a little bit more of a place to work with.
Vasco takes a snap, down a fake. Little handoff and throws to right on the slant for a touchdown. What did I tell you, Caleb?
You told me that exact thing. Cole knows ball.
You called it, man.
I know what we run down there. And Coastal now chipping away at the lead, 17-13 before the extra point. Couldn't have drawn it up better.
And absolutely not. Despite the penalty, like you were mentioning, opens up the playbook a little more, allowed for that RPO to kind of develop a little bit more, and a quick little hitter, Coastal in for 6.
Yep.
Absolutely, and Hensley looking to kick an extra point here for Coastal, and he drills it, making this game 17-14, and a flag does come out at the end there. Another special teams penalty is very interesting to see.
Kind of unprecedented.
Yeah.
You never really see special teams penalties. They're usually pretty clean.
Especially on extra points. You don't tend to see them get thrown out there. They came down from the right sideline from our angle.
Looks like the lineman got caught with his hand in the cookie jar, and it was a holding penalty for Coastal.
It was holding.
So now they'll redo it.
That is a very odd call on extra point. They usually don't see any holdings. They usually let the big bodies on an extra point unit get away with whatever. So that's very interesting.
Seems like this crew out here is very on top of things.
They are.
like you were mentioning.
Especially if Coastal's doing it.
Yeah.
They are locked in on whatever Coastal is doing. Now Hensley to attempt an extra point again, and he drills this one. A little further back, but same result.
Might be a little ticky-tacky, but, doing their job.
Absolutely. 14-17 with 2:15 on the clock before halftime. This game's getting interesting, though. I feel like we could have a close one here by the end.
It's definitely going to be a close one, I believe, going into like second half. Like you were mentioning at earlier in the game. I'm okay with a shootout, and it's looking like that way it's going to turn into a shootout.
Good old 34 to 31 type game, I'm feeling.
Yeah, quite possibly.
And here comes the Matthew McConaughey sound playing through the stadium again.
Once again, DJ emptying out the bag here. There's had swag surfing going on. Now I got Matthew McConaughey.
Tip back into the well.
Trying to get this crowd hyped up, trying to keep this crowd in the game. Coming down on top of those Monarchs.
Oh, this crowd's going to be locked in as long as this game's within 3 the rest of the way. As Liam Gray looks to boot it away. And here he goes. And this one won't be returned as it lands in the end zone. And ODU will start at the 25.
Gray's kickoff goes into the end zone
Joseph
for a touchback.
looking to lead another scoring drive for the Monarchs. 3 of their last 4 have ended up with points.
Let's see what the defense can do.
One of those punch-counter-punch sort of games.
Yeah.
Like I said
Usually in those type of games, though, I'm sorry for cutting you off.
fine.
You want to be the one throwing the first punch. You don't want to be the one counter-punching all the way to the end. But what were you
I
going
was
to
just
say,
saying, like
Caleb?
we said before, the defense has been on the field a lot. They're getting tired. They're starting to whittle down a little bit. And that may be an excuse for the penalties just a little bit. However, you had some time to rest. The offense had a nice long drive, kind of. See if they can clean up those mistakes.
Absolutely. And Joseph in the shotgun. Couldn't get an eye. I think that's Duke with the ball right now. He hands it to. Couldn't get an eye on the number, though, before the play, but I'm pretty positive that was Duke on the carry for about 1 yard. That will take us to the 2-minute warning here in Conway. We got a close one, and it's just heating up here. 17-14 at the 2-minute warning. You're listening to WCCUSN, Coastal Carolina's Sports Network. Welcome back into WCCUSN's coverage of Coastal Carolina Chanticleer football. Chants are down right now 3. It's the 2-minute warning. Just
2-minute
coming out of
warning.
it.
In college football, you're supposed to call it the 2-minute timeout.
The 2-minute timeout.
But, you know, we're not ESPN or we're just...
Yeah, we're just coming out of the 2-minute timeout then. And Colton Joseph will look to drive Old Dominion down the field one last time this half as he's performing great, and a blitz from Coastal, and he loses possession of the ball. Stripped. Coastal is still loose, scooped up by a cornerback, and he's breaks free.
Oh my goodness!
And he's
There it goes!
in the end zone. Coastal has the lead, 20-17. He's sitting in the beach chairs. He's on the beach.
And we have a Monarch down on the field as well. The Black Swarm, baby!
The Black Swarm is swarming once again. That's the 4th game this year. Coastal Carolina's defense has scored a touchdown.
Bittersweet celebration as there is an injury on the field. Another one of Old Dominion's linemen.
That was Juan Powell with the recovery and the 15-yard scamper to the end zone.
The ability to not only scoop up the ball, but also bounce off of 3 tacklers trying to grab him en route to the end zone. Just absolutely electric.
And it wasn't originally him at the ball.
No, there's
The
2
other-
defensive linemen trying to grab the ball.
The other D lineman whiffed, and that got me a little bit heated. I'm like, oh, you just jump on it, get possession, get your offense on the field. But
My fellow offensive linemen, you know, we were taught right from the get-go,
Dive
do
on it.
not grab it.
Don't be a hero.
Don't be a hero. Just dive on the ball. Just jump on it.
Every D lineman ever, I feel like, has been told that, and I feel like every D lineman ever has not listened to that.
everyone in the
Yeah.
trenches has been told that
Yeah.
defensive lineman, a tackle, guard.
But when you see that ball on the ground, your eyes light up. You know, it's like Christmas Day. You're trying to grab it, and you know. Unfortunately, Powell was there to pick it up, and you know, en route to the end zone.
It was loose for a good solid 5 seconds there. You usually see bodies on the ball by the time 2 seconds into it being on the ground. It was just dancing around on the teal turf for a while, it felt like.
If you played football and your weight started with a 3, the only way the football should be touching you is your tummy or your chest. That's it.
Absolutely, and Hensley now will come right back out to kick an extra point for Coastal Carolina. And this will be Coastal's first lead of the day at 20-17. Have been playing from behind all game, but the optimistic defense strikes again and gives them the lead after struggling all first half. You gotta be feeling great on that defense going into halftime now. And snap back, hold down, kick is up and good for Hensley, making it 21-17.
And we thought the car was going to still be in it when it was within 3. Now we're leading after a scoop and score. That's a lot more hype.
How quickly things can change.
That completely changes the complexity of this game.
It's a cruel world out here.
That Washington run could end up being the momentum changer of the game. Washington breaks that run. They run the RPO touchdown to right. Then a fumble on ODU's next drive returned to the house by Powell.
Momentum swings with the run. Like you said, Powell scoop and score. Coastal gets the ball after the half.
Yep, they'll start the second half with the ball. If they can just hold ODU this drive before halftime, just waste this last 1 minute 48, hopefully. Or maybe get the ball back, you never know. But at this point, take the lead into halftime and just look forward to next half. Ride the momentum into that next half. The Go Chants chant is getting loud right now.
Now's not time to get complacent. Like we said, there's still time on the clock. Old Dominion's going to be driving down. Look for mistakes. Capitalize on the Old Dominion's mistakes because they will probably make some on the way down. They want to get within at least field goal range.
Absolutely. And here is the kickoff from Gray. And it will go into the end zone for a touchback. And ODU will start at the 25. Feel a little bit of deja vu after saying that 4 plays ago. But
oh, there's some John on the sideline. Old Dominion Monarch somehow got caught on the Chanticleer sideline.
ooh, getting into a tussle down there.
This game is getting a little chippy.
Into the
It is. Gotta love conference football.
Hopefully a little halftime break kind of simmer down the attitudes a little bit.
Absolutely.
Monarch found himself in the wasp nest.
The conference football always just is a different energy for the players, for the fans, for everyone involved.
Absolutely.
Tim Beck looking to compete for his first conference title this year as Coastal's head coach. Did off to a good start as Joseph's in the shotgun, but a flag comes out. I think we got a false start on the offense here.
Things starting to crumble for Old Dominion right now.
Yeah, things aren't going their way right now. It was one of the big boys up front.
And one more thing about that last play, the amount, how we've talked about the defense all game, a lot of credit for them to hold down and like strip that ball away.
Coastal
Capture that momentum.
Coastal Carolina just got hit with a delay of game on defense. So it's now 1st and 5 from the 30-yard line for Old Dominion. Pretty psychotic of these referees today.
Yep.
And he hands this one off to Roche, who's going to bounce this all the way back. Shades of Marcus Allen right there.
Also.
But gets brought down a yard after he picks up the first down.
Maybe a little Le'Veon Bell with the patience.
Yeah. It reminded me of that Marshall Allen or Marcus Allen run in the Super Bowl. As he takes the snap and there's pressure instantly, and he throws it into the dirt in front of his receiver. Preston Joseph was looking for number 8, Miles Alston. Wasn't Miles Alston a Cowboy at one point?
That's Tavon Austin. Miles Austin, I think there's an Austin plays for the Steelers.
There is a Miles Austin.
Calvin Austin. Calvin Austin plays for the Steelers.
I swear there was a Miles Alston in the lead before.
There may have been, but it was Tavon and Calvin who are in the league.
Yeah.
Well, Tavon just retired.
The newly retired Tavon Austin.
The GOAT.
Greatest
from his
highlight
West
tape.
Virginia days.
Greatest highlight tape I've ever seen.
Joseph in shotgun. Roche 2 hits the snap. Looking for a receiver out on the right sideline. Finds his man Page. Makes one man miss, but then it's knocked out of bounds around the 46, 45-yard line.
And if we want to talk, we're talking about like NFL players right now. Let's talk about another like run and gun QB who played for Old Dominion. Taylor Heineke.
Yeah.
Still in the league, now on the Chargers.
Very serviceable backup for them.
Not like that as Joseph takes the snap, throws a screen pass over to his receiver. He's going to get about 10 yards right there, it looks like. And there's a brawl at about the 47-yard line between the Coastal Carolina. Not a brawl, but two players tangling it up. That was Whitson, number 2 for Old Dominion.
It looks like Juan Powell is slow to get up for the Chanticleers. Still sitting on the turf.
On the reception right there, Deontay Vines.
That'll be a huge loss if Juan Powell can't go for the rest of this game.
Yeah,
he's already made a
touchdown.
great impact.
Yeah, stretched out right now, so I would assume cramping. And the fact that the media team hasn't came out with a time, I would assume it's not that severe of an injury right now for Powell.
I believe since it's so close to halftime, they're just going to let it play out.
You think so?
Just kind of
Keep the
continue
pacing
to
up.
fill the time till teams go to the locker room. He's getting off under his own power, jogging over the sideline, so probably just a cramp. They got the wind knocked out of him.
Absolutely. And Old Dominion right now pushing the ball down the field on Coastal again at Coastal's 44-yard line. It's 1st and 10. 1:08 still on the clock. So they've been able to work their way down their half of the field in the first 40 seconds of drive. Can they finish it off in this last 68 seconds of the half?
And that injury hurts Coastal a little bit more than you think because that stops the clock. The tackle was made inbounds, and it saves Old Dominion a timeout.
Absolutely. 1st and 10 now. Joseph with Roche to his right. Joseph takes the snap. Coastal sending a blitz. He's going to look for Page underneath, finds his man, and he gets hit hard, and here comes the flag. That's helmet-to-helmet contact right there. He couldn't really avoid it, but that's just brutal for Coastal Carolina. That was number 2, Courtney Eubanks, with the hit that drew the foul. And Eubanks is now looking very upset with himself on the field, head down.
Tackle made by Bruce.
Everybody in the stadium collectively saw that hit. You could hear it, ooh, all throughout the stadium.
Yeah. Targeting.
We knew that was coming. They're going to review it. I would not be surprised if he's bounced from this game. That was a hard hit.
Yeah. But, I mean, that wasn't like he was meaning to injure the guy. He was going down. Our Coastal's player was also going down, and they just collide helmet.
Bad news if he is ejected. The bad news is you lose Eubanks for the rest of the game. The good news is this was before halftime, so you lose him for the rest of the half. However, he doesn't lose any eligibility for the next week.
Yeah.
And it sucks. It doesn't matter if it was intentional or not. It's just it's cut and dry what the rule is. Forcible.
Yeah, true. It'll be interesting to see what they decide here.
So I would not be surprised if he's bounced from if Eubanks is bounced from this game.
This has been and a half though. I feel like we've seen in a while. Injuries, flags, everything seems to be happening on this drive.
And that sucks to see with Eubanks because we're all college students. That's because we're all college students. That's something to see. He's actually in one of my to see. He's actually in one of my RSM classes.
Yeah.
So I see him every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And this game's probably going to get taken away from him.
Yeah. It is brutal. The targeted enroll it's there for a reason, but at the same time, it can be a little lame sometimes. A little upsetting to the fans of the game.
Absolutely.
And that's really quick. That's what it's called when it's not called. It could be upsetting both ways.
Yeah, true.
And that's like what you were saying. Unfortunately, the rules are very cut and dry and very straightforward. Forcible contact with the crown of the helmet. Forcible contact with the crown of the helmet to the head neck area. That's you're gone. To the head neck area. That's you're gone.
Also, player safety is very important. Player safety is very important, but season, as unfortunate as it is, it has to be called.
Yep.
And it'll just be next man up if Eubanks ends up being thrown from this game, which is looking likely.
Where's the call?
And here comes the call now. There's no foul for targeting now. They waved the flag off. Who would have thought that?
In the turn of events, Eubanks gets to stay in the game.
I said 99.
Eubanks gets to stay in the game.
I said 99.9% of the time. 0.9% of the time for a reason.
We'll take it. 0.1. We'll take it. We need all the help we can get on defense. We need all the help we can get on defense. And Eubanks is a very important integral part of. This secondary starting safety.
It's a cornerback nickel position, so keeping Eubanks on the field is critical if Powell is out for a longer extended period of time.
Just a speculation because I showed the replay up there on the. Some speculation, they showed the replay up there on the board. It looked like more shoulder than anything else.
Yeah.
From up here at game speed, it looked absolutely like helmet to helmet. Like here at game speed, it looked absolutely like helmet to helmet. Like they crunched each other.
Yeah.
At first look, from our positioning way up in the nosebleeds up here,
Thank you, Mr. President.
It looked like it was clear head-to-head between Eubanks and I think that was number 8, Miles Alston out wide. No, it was Roche again.
It looked like that same play where the Falcons and the Buccaneers when Drake London got crunched and his head went about the same.
It's always a tough call, those helmet-to-helmet hits, when the players fall into the ground and there's a player diving in low. Because that player diving in low is looking to take out the receiver's legs when they're first seeing it, but then they get chased down, brought down from behind, and then it's helmet-to-helmet, and it's always brutal. Sweet Carolina's booming. Love it in the Carolinas. And here comes Colton Joseph to take the snap. Colton rolling out to his right, now chucking it deep for his receiver, and it falls incomplete, just out of reach for Miles Alston in the end zone.
And as a result of there being no targeting, that personal foul doesn't happen. So now instead of being a 1st and 10 at your Coastal's 25, it's going to be a 3rd and 7 now after the incompletion.
Absolutely. That's kind of finicky. I've never understood that because sometimes they will just assess the personal foul, but sometimes they won't. And now that this place is rocking.
It is 3rd and 7 from Coastal's 41-yard line. Old Dominion, Colton Joseph will look up to pick up another 3rd down here.
I mean, Coastal has one timeout. They get the ball back. They can probably go for two for one here because they get the ball back after half.
Absolutely, and Colton Joseph takes the snap, just gonna hand it off to Roche. And Roche gonna bust it down the right sideline, make a move on the safety. He's going down the sideline to about the 10 when he gets ran down by Will Winson.
Big run, but there is a flag down back at the 35-yard line.
We're in the area of holding, maybe.
Forced out of bounds.
It does look like it will be coming back as all the refs are pointing in Old Dominion's direction for the penalty. And that saves Coastal's defense as they blow another third and kind of long, 3rd and 7 stop.
And another chunk play on 3rd down.
And they're chunking them on the ground usually on those 3rd downs.
So they're gashing this Coastal defense on the ground.
Absolutely. And it was a spot foul, and I think it was partially downfield, so it won't make it 3rd and 17, but it will make it 3rd and 10 here instead of 3rd and 7 on the holding call.
Looks to be about 3rd and 11, actually. They
Third and 11.
gave him assessed an extra yard.
Absolutely. So 3rd and 11 for Colton Joseph and ODU. Roche to his left. 3 wide receivers split out to the left also. Keep an eye on tight end Pat Conroy on the right side of the line. He might sneak out here. Joseph takes the snap. And a quick pressure from Coastal Carolina, getting chased down from behind. Joseph flips it. And Ryan Gideon with an interception at the 31-yard line.
And the Black Swan came to play this time.
There it is, as ODU's offense is crumbling here late into the first half. 2 turnovers in their final 2 drive. Wyatt Gideon, lockdown coverage. The pressure on Joseph, forcing him out of the pocket, then just had to throw it anywhere.
I was going to say, there's two common denominators between both turnovers, and that was the pressure on the QB. Both almost got home. Well, the fumble, the guy did get home, strip sack, cut and dry touchdown. That one, he was forced out of the pocket, forced to make a mistake, and Wyatt Gideon was just there to clean up his mess.
And you're talking about pressure. You had 2 guys bearing down on him as well as a guy coming in from behind.
That was, I think the first one there was the bandit, Clev Lubin, and now Ethan Vasco in the shotgun, takes the snap, gonna swing it out right to Trey Taylor, who tries to make a move, but wrapped up instantly at the line of scrimmage, pushed back actually a yard. And Coastal might just let this one run out. Trey Taylor got up and started running.
Pass is complete to Taylor.
But it does look like they will let the clock whittle its way down to halftime. Coastal will take a 21-17 lead into halftime due to a fumble recovery from Juan Powell, who returned it all the way to the house to give them the 21-17 lead.
Yep.
Stay tuned for the second half. You're listening to WCCUSN, Coastal Carolina's student-run sports network. It's time to pump it up for the second half here in Conway. Coastal has a 21-17 lead thanks to our guy, Juan Powell, with the fumble recovery touchdown before the end of the half.
Yes. And Coastal went into halftime with more than just a lead. They went into the half with momentum. Wyatt Gideon interception. I know they ran a play that didn't really go for much before the half ended, but who cares? That Wyatt Gideon interception gives them juice.
Absolutely.
And them receiving the ball after the half was huge for the momentum.
Especially snagging that lead before half ends.
Exactly. Absolutely.
Yep. And as the scoreboard says, the stadium pulse is going crazy here. Too bad the student section is kind of thinning out over there. Thought they would stay a little longer. They might be at the concessions, you never know.
Some people can make their way back.
Yeah, especially with the close game.
Oh, yeah.
Here's the kickoff to start the second half. And this one might actually be returned by Christian Washington as he takes it at the goal line and gets to about the 20-yard line.
The concession lines are usually long during halftime, so yeah, you never know.
All right.
Now Ethan Vasco will step onto the field here for the first time in the second half. And Vasco today in the first half went 9 for 10 for 124 yards and 2 touchdowns. QB rating of 260.2. I don't know what the limit is in college football on QB rating, but 260 seems pretty ridiculous.
I'd say it's getting pretty close to the maximum you can get as a quarterback.
There you go.
Had a very solid first half.
Insane.
Vasco puts Bennett in motion, takes the snap, fakes to Bennett, looking for a receiver downfield, and he got right down the sideline. Who catches the ball, makes a move on the safety. Makes a move on another safety.
There it is!
To the 30, to the 25, knocked out at the 21 of Old Dominion, and that's how you start the second half if you're the Chanticleers.
And I said it before we even kicked off again. The momentum. Right out of the gate, chunk play, first pass. Amazing.
Absolutely. And now the offense is running hurry up as Vasco is in the shotgun. Washington Bennett to his right. Takes the snap. Looking to pass here again. Floats this one up. It looks like he's going to throw this one away out the back of the end zone. Bennett nearby.
And then let's talk about Cameron Wright, the run after the catch. Not only was he wide open, busted coverage by ODU, the first guy couldn't get him. The second guy couldn't get him. It took 3 guys and one sliding off of him to push him out of bounds finally after the big gain.
Had he not been near the sideline, I don't think they would have taken him down.
Yeah, I think that was Jerron Manning missing the tackle on Wright, the first one.
Pretty sure.
Vasco in the shotgun. Bennett.
He's definitely in the mix.
Right.
See if Coastal dials up a run here. Kind of switch things up a little bit.
Nice spread set right here for Coastal Carolina as they've been working most of their offense out of this. As Vasco going to hand this one off to Bennett up the middle. He's going to get about 3 yards until he's folded by number 2. That is Patrick Smith-Young, another safety that gets a lot of tackles. He's the 4th leading tackler on the team. These safeties and linebackers really eat things up in the middle of the field. Now it looks like ODU's going to blitz Vasco here as he's in the shotgun. It looks like ODU has about 6 players on the line of scrimmage right now, and now they're dropping back as Vasco looks to change the play as he looks to the sideline.
It looked like Bennett may have been able to break some tackles there, but like you said, coming in, the guy folded him, stonewalled him.
Absolutely, 3rd and 7. Vasco looking for his receiver, Trey Taylor, who can't locate the ball as it sails over his head.
There is a flag down, though.
Flag in the backfield, yeah.
Right in the area of roughing the passer, maybe.
It might extend a drive for Coastal this time. Coastal had a rough in the passer that extended an ODU drive in the first half that led to a touchdown. This might go the other way now.
It's looking like yep. They were sending their receiving, I'm trying to think of the word here, rotation out, even before the penalty was called.
They're already getting their offense set out there.
So I think that will be 15 or half the distance to the goal from this position.
Let's go back to the play prior, like during that whole roughing the passing thing. Yep. His intended receiver did look like he was hindered a little bit. He looked like he was grabbed. However, wasn't enough to draw the referee's attention.
And now 1st and goal from the 10-yard line for Ethan Vasco and the Chants offense. He's running back to his right and 3 wide receivers in a trips to the get about. Just numbers aren't working today.
No.
They worked against Jat State a little bit, against William Mary a little bit against Temple, but since then it really hasn't been working for Vasco in this Chance offense. It's Vasco in the shotgun again with, I believe that is Bennett to his left now.
And we've known all night that the run game was not working unless somehow the back broke it. So, plenty of tackles.
Absolutely, as Vasco gives this to Bennett up the middle, who bounced down, touchdown, Coastal Carolina.
Stonewalled, blocked on the right. He bounces around, takes it out to the left. Or sorry, stonewalled on the left side, takes it around to the right where there's nobody there, puts it in for 6.
Absolutely, it will be interesting to see what the penalty is here, because that could affect Coastal.
Might be on sportsman leg, yeah. Oh, chop block.
Chop block, so.
Oh, offsetting penalties.
Okay. Does that mean we will run it back? Or no? Touchdown counts. 27-17 now, and Hensley will look to kick the extra point. I'm not too sure what the flag was there then.
Well, the one on Coastal was the chop block, and then I guess Old Dominion.
Snap back, hold down, kick up, and good. 28-17 now for Coastal Carolina. And we will head to a media timeout. You're listening to WCCUSN, Coastal Carolina Student Run Sports Network. Stay tuned. Welcome back into WCCUSN's broadcast of Coastal Carolina Chanticleer football. Coastal started off the second half hot, scoring a touchdown on the first drive of the half, and now they will kick it away as Liam Gray lines it up. And now he boots it away. Looks like Old Dominion now will have a chance to return the ball, as that it's taken up the middle and finds a little bit of a lane and tackled down at the 25. That was Devin Roche on the return.
So not really a 2-for-1 like I was talking about before the break, but kind of close.
Yeah.
Close enough.
Yeah, close enough. Coastal, they scored on a defensive drive, didn't allow them to score again, and then offense comes out here second half, puts up 7 on the board.
Yeah, not the normal 2-for-1 you see, but I'll still count it in the playbook.
Yeah, like you said, Coastal came out swinging on offense. Now let's see how the defense complements.
Yeah, let's see if Colton Joseph can step it up after those final 2 drives swung the momentum of the game with that fumble, it felt like. And then the interception as he swings this one out wide. And Matt McDoom on that screen pass.
He eats, sleeps, and breathes Coastal. The helmet coming off, revealing a bandana underneath with the Chanticleer on it.
Matt McDoom, one of the general booty.
A loss of
Memorable
3.
factor.
Second down.
And Colton Joseph in the shotgun here with Duke to his left. Wide receiver spread out. Joseph takes the snap, gonna fake the handoff to Duke, and he's taking it up the middle himself. Gonna get about 4 yards right there. Cancel out the first play that lost 3, making it 3rd and 9 now.
Tripped up by Will Whitson.
Will Whitson.
I want
Joseph.
to go back to that first play for Old Dominion here really quick. McDoom was there in a flash.
Absolutely, and Joseph takes the snap here, looking for a receiver down that right sideline and finds his man. The sideline, and they're gonna say he was out of bounds. That was number 8, Miles Alston.
Miles Alston, yep, I saw from here. He was just a step, just a hair, let him out of bounds.
Yeah, I'd like to see a replay, see if what bit, was it his big toe, his pinky toe?
It was his entire foot.
It was just his entire foot.
Yep, just a step too late. He got the ball to him.
Absolutely, and now Seamus Hall will punt this one away, and Coastal can really take the momentum of this game here if they can score on this Nets possession.
They have it all right now. Let's see if you can go
And
even
they're
more.
sending the heat on that punt, but he gets it off, and Trey Taylor calls for a fair catch around the 30-yard line.
The momentum's already up to a 10. Let's turn it up to an 11.
Fair catch is made near the 30.
Absolutely. As
First down
Vasco
and 10 for the Shots.
on that last drive, I think completed 3 passes.
First half, offense looked a little sluggish. Defense wasn't looking good. Now, offense goes down, immediately swings, puts the first punch on. Then the defense comes out, forces a 3 and out. I'm at the end of the half, the defense did kind of start rolling around, but the defense did not look good for almost the entire first half. Now, night and day.
Until those final 2 minutes, it was not looking like the defense was going to show up. As Vasco's back on the field with Bennett flanking him out to the right as Bennett's going to take the handoff. Actually might be Price in there now. Yep, that is Price now. We had that carry for about 1 yard.
Book here, or into the series to kind of pull some time back.
Yep.
Waste that time, give Old Dominion really no chance to come back.
Time to Vasco puts Trey Taylor in motion, takes the snap, gonna hand this one up the middle to Price, and Price is met instantly in the hole by number 34, Jaleel Talbreath.
And that's textbook stuff. You're up by 2 scores. The momentum is 99%, almost 100% on your side. You don't got to rush it, because then rushing leads to mistakes. Mistakes leads to lost momentum. Lost momentum leads to a loss.
You want to force them to make a play. You don't want to give them a mistake to capitalize off. You want them to make the play.
Absolutely, as Vasco, 3rd and 5 now. Price to his right.
Well, the price is right.
Yep, and now, Vasco takes the snap, gonna roll out to his left side. Gonna look for a man downfield. Pump fakes now, gonna throw the ball, and could not for the field.
A little bit of sharping going on. Some defensive holding, maybe.
That's usually what that penalty is. Yep.
Trey Taylor's backstepping away from the corner on the way back to the huddle, pointing at the flag like, yeah, you're jawing at me. Look at that.
Absolutely. I think that was Patrick Smith-Young who got called for the penalty right there.
You thought you had us. Now stay on the field, buddy.
Yeah.
Back on the line.
Now we're seeing the swap in penalties, too, as momentum has changed. The penalty calls have changed teams, too. It was a lot of Coastal in that first half, and since Coastal has grabbed momentum, it feels like ODU is struggling in the penalty as Vasco hands this off to Price and he just gets back to the line as he's swarmed by Monarchs.
2 major penalties so far for Old Dominion. That roughing the passer, which gave Coastal a fresh set of downs and led to the touchdown. And now a defensive penalty, a defensive holding, which led to a fresh set of downs and keep the drive alive for Coastal Carolina.
Absolutely.
Also, to your point, yeah, it was a lot of penalties the first half of Coastal Carolina. 9 for 90 yards, as a matter of fact. They almost have 100 yards in every category.
Yeah, almost every. Even the bad ones. Vasco shotgun. Bennett behind, or Price behind him. Vasco looking for a receiver downfield. He got Tucker running down the left sideline and finds him around the 15.
He's like that, and he's like that.
You find James Tucker, good things will happen. We've seen it time and time again.
I said coming into this game, or we all mentioned ODU's pass defense is very lackluster, and Coastal is taking advantage of it right now.
Absolutely. The number keeps coming up, 219 per game. Coastal just eclipsed 222, and we are almost halfway through the third quarter.
Absolutely, as Vasco's in the shotgun with Bennett to his right. Two wide receivers split out to the left here. Barone keeps going in motion. He's going to hand this one off to Price up the middle. He's going to get about a tough 1 yard right there.
I want to talk about a year ago when Vasco introduced himself to the Monarchs. He was inaccurate. He got the job done. Tonight, he is putting balls over the shoulder of the receivers. He's putting it right in the breadbasket. He is doing everything that we hoped he would have done and fixed since the last time he faced Old Dominion.
Absolutely. Great bounce back game here for Vasco after the Virginia catastrophe. And here comes the handoff up the middle to Price. For another 1 yard, it looks like.
Price carries to the 13.
To your point earlier, we are in that area to where Coastal does like to run that RPO offense. And having now run 2 straight run plays, let's see if they pull out the RPO.
You think the RPO to right's coming in?
I think the RPO is coming.
Oh, they're subbing Barone on the field, also Jamison Tucker.
It looks like the defense is also anticipating it. It looks like maybe a nickel set out there.
Yeah.
An extra DB.
Barone's even splitting out a little bit.
RPO to the flat to Barone.
And Vasco in shotgun. Price to the right. And Vasco takes the snap, looking for a receiver down the seam, tosses this one up to right, who could not hold it onto it. And that's going to make it 4th and 8 here.
There is a flag down.
Flag down.
Right between the
It's in the
58 and right in the pile right there between where you see all them grouping down there with Chanticleers.
Either holding.
It's holding.
It's holding.
It looks like the referee is gesturing towards the Chanticleers, which typically indicates it is a holding.
ODU probably will decline this, you would expect. Yep, they do decline it. 4th and 8, and now Hensley will come back out to kick the ball. But we will take a media timeout before that happens, as there's an injured Monarch on the field. You're listening to WCCUSN, Coastal Carolina Student-Run Sports Network. Welcome back in to Conway, South Carolina, where it's a party in Conway, not the USA right now, as Coastal's up 28-17 as Hensley steps out to attempt the field goal here from 4th and 8 from ODU's 13-yard line.
Very promising drive, unfortunately stalled out. However, take the 3 points, pushes to 14.
Yeah, another explosive play.
Fumble with the snap.
A bad snap, and this could swing the momentum here as Old Dominion's able to dive on that. With the recovery is number 43, Chris Trinidad.
Fumble on the snap.
And that,
ODU takes over.
not too good right there. Opens the door a little bit for Old Dominion here.
It's a special teams mistake. Made one last week against Virginia, but you know, you have the damage control. You're still up by 2 scores. You can allow, if Old Dominion marches down the field and gets one, you can still come back and grab momentum.
Points, yeah. You know, I mean, not the worst position, but I mean, 3 points would have helped.
Absolutely.
Make it a 2-touchdown game instead of just a 2-possession game.
There's just a rare miscue for the special teams down there for the field goal unit.
Don't usually see that from this field goal unit. And now takes this snap. Joseph gonna hand this one off to Roche up the middle. He bursts through the hole for 12. The speed of Roche right there seemed to get him all 12 yards instantly, it felt like.
He shot out of a rocket down there.
I know we probably moved on, but definitely from my perspective, the snap was skipped off the ground and the holder couldn't come up with it.
Yeah. Now Joseph in shotgun, Roche to his left. Just takes the snap, and he loses the snap. He's done too long with the option and recovered by number 35. I think that it's Brown.
Anything you can do, I can do better, I guess.
Absolutely.
Remember that momentum shift that we were talking about after our fumble?
Yeah.
Well, we just seized it right back.
Absolutely. That is the problem you run with the option game. Joseph and Roche both fighting over the ball there, and then they both lose it. And then Brown able to hop on it for Coastal. Flipping the field again. Momentum isn't going to ODU. Right back on Coastal side.
Like I said, both players fighting for the ball. No one comes up with it. Coastal comes up with it, actually.
Yep.
So,
net positive. Coastal comes up with a fumble in field goal range. They only came up with a fumble in their own territory.
Absolutely.
that's the 3rd turnover now forced by the Black Swarm.
Yeah, 3 today. I
Blacks,
think that ties the season high from the Jet State game.
Certainly buzzing down there tonight.
Vasco takes the snap and can't find Baron in the flat after he faked the handoff to Bennett up the middle.
even though the Black Swarm is donning white, they are still the same Black Swarm on the inside.
So a lot of use from the turnover cape tonight. I don't know if they do that at home games.
Very unique celebration for LaShawna Clear's the turnover sword.
They did that especially at home games.
Yeah, to be wearing a big wool cape in Myrtle Beach very rarely makes sense. Basto takes the snap here, gonna fire to, I think that's Mega with the reception, gets knocked down around the 20-yard line, 1 yard short of the first down.
All right, make it 2nd and 10, the 3rd and manageable. 3rd and 1.
31, and the offense is running hurry up as Vasto takes the snap quickly, and he's going to use his body to power his way, but gets pushed back a yard actually, making it 4th down and 2. I did not like how quickly they hurried up to run that play.
Absolutely not. They could have taken their time. They were trying to catch ODU off guard, but especially with the QB draw.
Especially because the QB draw was so prominent in the first 3 weeks in this Coastal's playbook that I feel like teams are now used to it. ODU is expecting Vasco to run the ball in these short yardage situations.
And they're subbing their offensive people on the field. They're going to go for this.
Absolutely. And Vasco.
Brought in Barong.
A heavy set. Heavy right, it looks like, and he's going to hand this one off up the middle to Bennett, who's going to pound his way forward, keeps the Lakes churning for 2, and they only needed 1, so 1st down, Chanticleers.
Good power running behind the big boys up front.
Absolutely, a little chippiness.
Came in with the jumbo set, hit the extra tight ends out there.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to outpower another unit.
When you're in those trenches, it's me against you. It's power on power.
Absolutely, and now from the power set to spread And now Vasto shotgun. I think that's Bennett to his left. Vasto looking to the sideline for a audible. Bennett moves over to Vasto's right side, and there's a false start on, that is number 4, Bryson Graves. Got confused with all the motion in the backfield and all.
Not a big deal. It's happened on first down, so it's only going to be first and 15.
Yeah, first 15, still manageable for Coastal Carolina.
You can still run that play call that you were going to run prior to the false start.
And they've been able to chunk this Old Dominion defense a couple times today, multiple times, not just a couple, maybe multiple handfuls at this point of the game. As Vasto's in shotgun, everyone spread wide, Graves in motion. Vasto takes the snap, gonna swing it wide to Graves on that left sideline. Makes a move, makes the first down miss, and not a lot of space to work with still though, as he's pushed back a yard. Came flying in. I think that was Manning once again flying in from the safety position to be the first point of contact.
It looks like he lost half a yard on that one.
Good job making a man miss, but nothing really doing after that.
So the 2nd and 15 now for Vasto and Coastal's offense.
And Coastal, they have 3 less first downs than ODU. However, that's because of the chunk plays. You're getting your team so far down the field, there's no room for first downs.
Absolutely. Vasto takes the snap, and it looks to fates the power, flips it up the sideline to Bennett, who's taking it down to the 2. But a flag comes out.
And it's in the vicinity of the offensive line, which typically indicates
a legal man
hold
downfield
or an eligible
holding.
man. Yeah, an eligible man.
I'm thinking since it came from the secondary ref that it's holding. Number 62 on the hold. That is Nick Del Grande.
And here come the penalties rearing their head again. Coastal starting to be a little bit sloppy up front there.
Absolutely, but that was a beautiful play design right there from the OC. Using that QB power to their advantage as a fake. That's why they've been running it all game, to set up that play. And they can't even use that play's yardage anymore. 2nd and forever right now. 28 for Vasto and Coastal's offense. Vasto takes the snap. I look for a receiver over the middle through the tight end's hands.
Listen, to your point, yeah, running that QB power all game, trying to set something up, trying to dig into the bag of tricks. Although it doesn't count, it's nice to keep that in the back pocket, knowing that maybe later on in the game you might be able to use it again.
Absolutely. And that was Kendall Carr who couldn't reel that one in over the middle.
Coastal staring down the 3rd and a country mile.
Yeah, 3rd and forever. They need 29 yards to pick up the first down at the 8-yard line. They're currently on the 34. And Vasto is going to take the ODU sends a blitz. He's going to flip this one out. A couple yards, and he's bouncing around off of. He fumbles it forward. It's a loose ball. There's a mob. I think Coastal's going to end up with this ball again, though. Kendall Carr fighting for the extra yards. And the fumble actually moves the chains if Coastal recovered this. I think Bennett might have been able to get on that or something.
And by the sound of the crowd, it sounds like Coastal came up with that.
Everyone exhale. Exhale.
That was mega on the recovery, actually.
And the football gods giveth and taketh away. Yes, you got all those yards back, but you almost lost the ball on trying to get those. Got all those yards back, but you almost lost the ball on trying to get those extra yards.
But guess what? Your team keeps the ball, and you get the first down with the fumble forward.
Exactly, and it looks like there's 2 injured Monarchs down on the field.
It looks like a lot. I would assume cramping is half of these Monarchs on the field right now, as they're not really writhing in pain. They're just sitting down.
It's number 5, Jerron Manning.
Yeah, he's looking very uncomfortable. And number 8, that would be Denzel Lowry, also down on the field.
I'll say Manning down there, the guy we highlighted earlier in the game. They're stone cold guy on defense that they really need to keep in this game.
He's been flying around, but while they take care of you're listening to WCCUSN. Welcome back into WCCUSN's coverage of Coastal Carolina Chanticleer football. I'm Cole Dennis. Here with me, the William twins, Cade and Caleb. This has been action-packed second half so far here for the Coastal offense, as they've been living on the goal line, it feels like, as they break the snap quickly and snap the ball quickly and pitch it out to Bennett. Vasco doesn't. Bennett breaks the plane. Touchdown, Coastal Carolina.
And there's that run game working for them again. I was going to say, this drive was a very interesting one. It took forever. It went from a first down conversion to being called back. So now plenty of penalties. To now you're at a third down with the marker being in the next county. Morong runs for the first down, fumbles the ball. Coastal comes up with it and hits Pater with 6 with Bennett. Shades of a drive last half where they punted. Coastal gave up the yardage on the personal foul. And then Old Dominion ended up.
Absolutely, and Hensley now with the kick up and good. Making the lead 35-17, Coastal Carolina. Well, things have definitely changed from 17 to 7.
Yeah, we are a far cry from the fumbling of the snap on the field goal. And instead of getting 3 of it, we got 7.
I think with about 3 minutes left in the first half, it was 17 to 7.
Yeah, roughly around there.
It's been all Coastal since. I think that Christian Washington run so far has been the biggest momentum swing of the game, I feel like.
Christian Washington, yeah, he's been the guy. The momentum shifter in this game, breaking off that chunk play. I think you can pinpoint that as the moment everything started to change for Coastal Carolina.
Absolutely. And Washington only has 2 carries, and the first one didn't go anywhere.
No.
It's 2 for 68.
I was going to mention this earlier on. This is one of those punch-counter-punch kind of games. It doesn't matter who throws the first punch. All that matters is who throws the last punch, the most important one, the knockout punch.
Who strings together the most punches.
Exactly. And
It's
Coastal,
that Mayweather strategy, right?
yeah, and Coastal dominating. Now their defense is dominating. Out of the 3 turnovers, they've scored 14 points. They scored 1 off the scuba score, and then they just scored 1 off of the forced fumble.
Absolutely, and now Liam Gray kicks this one out of bounds. I almost
Goes out of bounds.
mismatched names with Liam Gray and Cade Hensley. Stumbled over the words a little bit there, but
I would like to point out how the one after this fumble was a little more complicated than the scoop and score, but we still got there.
Yeah,
it's all about the journey at some point.
yeah. An interesting play with Kendall Carter's fumble. Ended up not kicking us in the butt. Ended up not being a pain, but ODU now will look to get anything going. Since their last score, they've had nothing going.
No, the Coastal Carolina defense has come out in shell shock. The entire Coastal team has come out in shell shock, ODU.
Went down 17-7, they hit a second gear, it felt like.
Beating them in the air, beating them on the ground, beating them up front.
Absolutely. And now Colton Joseph will look to scrape his team back into this game. Trips to the left, handing this one off the middle to Duke, who's done a weave his way through the traffic and get 5 yards. It looks like he was bottled up at the line, but able to get about 5.
Showed himself in Teflon, slipped through the little gap there.
Absolutely.
And despite that little run right there, it seems like the Coastal defense has kind of buttoned up the run a little bit. They're still letting some yardage come through, but a little is better than nothing.
You know what ODU really got away from? And before I say that, Preston takes the snap, handing this one off to Duke up the middle again, and he's gonna keep the legs churning to get this to about the first down marker at the 45. But what ODU is gotten away from, I've noticed, is Preston hasn't been running the ball at all. Since they started turning the ball over, all those drives, I don't think Colton Joseph has been able to use his legs at all. 3rd and inches here, though. I keep calling Colton Joseph Preston for some reason. I don't know why. But Colton Joseph in shotgun here. Duke to his left. He's going to hand this one up the middle to Duke. Big hole opens up, and he gets 5 yards before being brought down by the Coastal defense.
And to your point, not allowing him to start, run the ball, kind of like improvise back there. That tells you a lot about how much your coach trusts you after the events that have transpired. Yeah. He fumbled the ball on one drive, and then the ensuing drive, he threw a pick.
Yeah.
So, the coach is kind of like, hey, I still trust you a little bit, but we're gonna kind of move away from what we've been doing.
Yeah.
We're gonna tighten the leash a little bit.
Joseph takes the snap, gonna fake a handoff up the middle and gonna air this one out down the seam again as he misses his man over the top. His intended target was Miles Olstong again.
If you're Old Dominion, you can't be doing that. You're so far down right now, and the crowd is more than 100% in this game. That little quick hitter right there could have kind of silenced this crowd a little bit if you're Old Dominion, but just not meant to be.
That would have been a walk-in touchdown for Alston.
I said absolutely. That was going to be a home run play there for ODU to maybe seize a little bit of that momentum back from the Chanticleers, but alas, it's now 2nd and 10.
Absolutely, and Joseph's going to take the snap here. Looking for a quick hitter, about 10 yards. I think he finds his man on the sideline. No, they're going to roll him out of bounds. His intended target was Deontay Vines.
And that's the second pass we've seen now where he let him just a little bit too far out of bounds.
With Vines. Vines really has to focus on that sideline more. Maybe work in the shotgun with his running back to his right. Going to take the snap. Looking for a receiver downfield. Coastal getting some pressure on him, and he's able to find his tight end right there. That's the first time we hear Pat Conroy's name today, and he's a little slow to get up. I think he took a hit to the head at the end of this play as they're telling him to get back on the reception made, slowly walking him off. Gonna take him into the blue tent or the ODU tent over there on the sideline. So he definitely does look like he was a little shooken up after that play. And it was in the head and neck area, so you got to be more safe with that.
Trainers were out there in a hurry. You could see them automatically trying to get him to stay down for a minute. Yeah. He was not having any of that. He went straight over there.
He was like, get me cleared as fast as possible, please.
I'm all right. I'm just a little shaken up. Give me some Gatorade.
Yeah.
Here's some Gatorade, some salts.
Ask me the date, make me count to 10, send me back out there.
I mean, it never feels great when you get crunched between two defenders.
Yeah.
So hopefully it's just the wind getting knocked out of him, and we'll see Conroy back in this game here. But the offense takes the field again, and Joseph in shotgun with his running back, Chris. At number 20, he fakes it to his running back here, and he's looking over the top again and wide open down the seam. Coastal really got to protect the seam here as Deontay Vines walks into the end zone. And he's sitting in our in our beach chairs down 11. He celebrates like that. The disrespect.
That's interesting.
Reception is made by Vines.
Yeah. I mean, that was blown coverage by Coastal Carolina if I've ever seen it.
The crowd here is speechless after seeing that celebration.
One of the safeties, either Tobias Fletcher or A.J. Williams, was completely out of position right there.
Yeah, it was a bit of a blown coverage by Coastal. That's really been the main way ODU scored today was they scored on 2 blown coverages. Yeah. That's 14 of their points.
Both down the middle of the field, though.
Yeah.
And we saw earlier this drive that be open and he missed over the top. This time able to find his man as the extra points up and good, making it 24-35.
With 54 seconds left in the third quarter.
54 left in the third quarter.
Carolina, 35.
I'm not going to lie, sitting in the beach chair like that got me a little heated, but
yeah, I could assume.
We move on. You know, it's creative. No one's done that yet. It's creative,
especially a conference rival. Mm-hmm. You know for a fact that it's on top of them.
Also, I think in his head he had that planned coming into today.
Yeah.
Because when you're celebrating like that down 11, it is just a horrid look. I feel like that was in his head since he saw the schedule and saw that we had those down there. He was like, oh, I got to sit in one of their beach chairs if I score.
Yeah. He said, I don't care if we're up by 30 or we're down by 30. I'm sitting in that chair.
Yeah.
You beat the coverage, you earned it, man.
Now, I mean, if your coach allows that, your coach allows that. Me personally, I like my coach to be a little tougher on their guys when they're losing. Not allow antics to be happening when you're down multiple scores, but to each their own.
Wouldn't be surprised if he did get an earful from the coach after he got back to the sideline.
Now he's got to play the rest of the game with sand in his cleats. Who's the real winner here?
And Chain now to kick it off again today. Will we see a return from Washington? No, this one will just go into the end zone, and Coastal will pick up their drive at the 25. 54 seconds left in the third quarter, so Coastal will look to run this clock out and start the money quarter, the fourth quarter.
The shot quarter.
Yeah, the shot quarter.
One thing I would like to note about that last drive is that they did start at their own 45 due to the illegal kick out of bounds. So had that kick not gone out of bounds, we might have seen a different, drive play out a little bit differently. But a miscue on special teams, another miscue on special teams leads to Old Dominion with 7 on the board.
Special
got to clean up.
Special teams is definitely going to hear it in the film room this upcoming week as Vasco takes the snap. Going to hand this one up the middle to Price, and he's going to keep the legs moving, and he gets to the first down marker at the 35-yard line.
Good, strong running down there by Price. This running by committee has not disappointed in the second half.
No, it has not, and Rice is subbing out right now. Washington back on the field. Washington once again had one of the most explosive plays of today's game with the 68-yard rush earlier.
Coastal has to run one more play.
Vasco shotgun, trips out to his right, as Washington's to his left, and he's going to just hand this one off to Washington, and it gets swarmed instantly. That was number 31, Michael Devereux. Might have butchered that, not going to lie. But that's a loss of 3.
A little bit of a whimper here at the end of the third quarter, but no, it doesn't really shoot yourself in the foot too much.
Absolutely. And as the third quarter ends, the score is 35-24. Coastal has the lead, but ODU will look to fight back in the fourth. Stay tuned. You're listening to WCCUSN. Welcome back into WCCUSN's coverage of Chanticleer football. I'm Cole Dennis, here with me, the William twins, Cade and Caleb. And it is now the fourth quarter. Coastal holds a 35-24 lead. Old Dominion scored in the waning minutes of the third to cut into that Coastal lead.
I mean, for Coastal, you know, you're still up on the scoreboard, still by 11. Don't panic. Stay within yourself. The offense has been humming all game. Just keep it going.
Vasco's in the shotgun with his running back to his right. Takes the snap, looking for a receiver here to pass, and he's going to get swarmed in the backfield as he tries to take off. He might get back to the line of scrimmage, so it won't count for a sack, I don't think.
Brought down at the 31. Third down.
And just like that, it's third down.
That was Jalen White-McLean
Tackle made by White-McLean.
with the initial contact on Vasco. Now third and pretty long here, 3rd and 14. Spread formation for Coastal. Vasco in the shotgun and take the snap. Looking for anywhere to go. And now he's working with his legs and he's got a lot of space to the 50. He slides down at about the 48-yard line. But there's a flag in the backfield.
Ethan Vasco on the carry.
And that's been the story of the night for the Chanticleers. They giveth and they taketh away.
Yes.
A bunch of long plays, chunk plays from the Bennett run to now have been taken away because the offensive lineman got his hand caught in the cookie jar. A little tug on the jersey, a little pull on the shoulder pad.
Yeah.
And those are what we refer to as those hidden yards.
This is something Coastal will really want to clean up going into their next game. Something you can work on in the next week of practice. Get the coach back.
And now it's third, and the marker being in the next zip code.
Yeah, 3rd and 24. They pitched one of these up earlier, though, so you never know.
Nope, you never know.
They are at their own 21 now and have to get to the 45. And now the ball has been reset to the 22-yard line, making it 3rd and 24 still. They have to get to the 45, or 3rd and 23. Vasco takes the snap. The receivers are just trying to get to the marker to gain, and Vasco kind of just tosses this into no man's land for an incomplete pass, making it 4th and 24. And Coastal will have to punt the ball away. And with 14 minutes left, 11 points isn't that much to come back from.
Absolutely not. And the penalties are still starting to pile up for Coastal. The number went up from 9 for 90, now it's 12 for, oh sorry, it was 12, and now it's 11 for 105.
Absolutely. And Colton Joseph will step back onto the field after this punt. Right now he's 17 for 27, 187, 3 TDs, and an interception. 63% completion percentage. So he's having a strong game as Coastal punts this one away. Not the greatest punt, but takes a Coastal bounce. And by Page, and now he's running free back there at the 20 and gets hammered down at the 22. Terrible play right there by Page right there, and it turns out to be a great punt by Sebafundi.
It was a knuckleball. It took a Chanticleer bounce, grazed the ankles of the return man. Return man knew it. The shots knew it.
Absolutely. And they will start their possession at the 22, but we are going to head to a media timeout. You're listening to WCCUSN, Coastal Carolina's student-run sports network. Welcome back into WCCUSN's coverage of Chanticleer football as Coastal has a 35-24 lead, but Old Dominion got the ball back here on their 22 after a muffed punt by Page, but he was able to get back on that thing. And now 13:47 on the clock. A comeback might be due, but hopefully not if you're a Coastal fan.
It's less of a muff, more so that it just touched him by random happenstance. Just took a really nice shot of clear bounce.
Absolutely, as Joseph takes the snap, and now he's rolling out to his left and throws that ball away. Flag in the backfield, though. Looks like holding might be swinging Old Dominion's way this time. But the flag came out pretty fast, so it will be interesting to see the call here. And Coastal shoots himself in the foot again. Illegal hands to the face on the Coastal D lineman. Moves Old Dominion forward 15 yards, I believe.
Just can't give themselves a break there.
Absolutely, and that now will move them up to the 37, I believe.
Like, you got to keep your hands down in the chest, right in the chest, right in that trunk area. It's fundamental football. You keep your hands on the chest plate, wherever. Like, just don't get your hands up near the face mask.
And
the ref will call that 9 times out of 10.
as you can see, it feels like the tail all game is when Coastal's not committing penalties against themselves. All 35 of their points are happened when they're not shooting themselves in the foot. But when they do, Old Dominion, they crack the door for Old Dominion, and they seem to be capitalizing as he takes the snap and hands it off to Roche around the edge, who dodging through traffic and gets brought down around the first down marker.
He was bobbing and weaving out there.
He
The
was.
handoff goes to Roche.
I think he broke about like 5 tackles on that run. That was impressive.
He was weaving in and out of traffic. It's 2nd and 1 here
Second
at
down and 1.
Old Dominion's 46-yard line. Joseph in shotgun. Roche to his right. Puts Page in motion, takes the snap, gonna hand this one off to Roche on the right side, who's gonna pick up the first down and 3 yards.
Devin Roche on the carry.
There's a little note I was going to bring up is I look down there at the Coastal sideline. I see the colored shirts, somewhat of a dying breed in the NCAA with helmet communications.
Now, in shotgun, gonna take the snap here, fake the handoff to Roche, looking for a shot down the middle of the field again, and he has his man running under it, but he can't hold on to the ball. They're gonna roll it or catch it on a fumble, and Coastal's now taking this out of the end zone. No, it's gonna be waved off as an incomplete pass. Deontay Vines could not squeeze that one.
Very, very late whistle after he was almost a quarter of the way down the field, streaking, trying to get that touchdown.
Absolutely, and Joseph put a beautiful ball out there to Vines, though.
Yeah, that was a beautiful pass by the quarterback.
Coastal has
Vines
to
couldn't squeeze
protect the
it.
seam.
Beautiful pass, even more beautiful defense.
If you're the defensive coordinator, you got to tell your guys to defend the seam here, though, because Old Dominion is eating on deep passes in the middle of the field right now.
Put an extra safety up high.
Absolutely.
Maybe see more nickel packages out here.
They only got that one safety back there. That is number 4, Tobias Fletcher right now. He's going to hand this one off to Roche, who bounces around the right edge, and he hurdles over Fletcher's diving tackle, and he's knocked down around the 32-yard line. First down.
The ball carrier.
Old Dominion 12 on the clock right now, and it's ticking.
Old Dominion not looking to go quietly into that good night.
No.
Those same mistakes are rearing their head again. The Chanticleers allowing chunk runs.
And Joseph takes the snap, hands it off to Roche again, and he's down the right sideline, but a flag comes out, and Roche's gonna get pushed out. No, he scores a touchdown there, but it will be coming back. We're gonna have holding on Old Dominion once again. But it feels like mishap back here. Maybe there was a stop before the play. No, it's holding. Yep, they will back him up 10 yards here from the spot of the foul.
Bit of a rare sight there. Colts getting bailed out by a penalty. Usually it's the other way around.
Right now. But they do, I think, gain a yard, technically. I think it will be 1st and 9 now. Weird one. So 1st and 9 for Old Dominion. And Joseph will look to punch his team into the end zone one more time here. And chip away, make this, they would probably go for 2, so probably try to make this a field goal game with a touchdown if Joseph can get Old Dominion's offense back in there. They got trips out to the right. Receiver in motion now, gonna take the snap. Joseph looking down the middle of the field again, and he finds his guy. No, it's broken up by Coastal Carolina's defender. I think that was Dwan Powell once again breaking up a pass.
And just some great defense down there by Juan Powell, but it was thrown a little bit too behind the receiver to even make a play on that.
Demarion Houston was the intended target on that play, making it 2nd and 9. From Coastal's 31-yard line here.
See what Coastal can do here on 2nd down.
Joseph in shotgun, running back to his left. Gonna take the snap here, and gonna look for his wide receiver down the left sideline. Cannot find Vines on the sideline though, making it 3rd and 9.
That pass incomplete.
Just some offensive miscues here late for Old Dominion. They would have had 6 if Vines could have squeezed that touchdown that was played right up into his hands.
Absolutely. Old Dominion now shooting themselves in the foot this drive, but Joseph looking to pick up this 3rd and 9 for ODU. In shotgun, his running back flanked out to his right, Tyreek Sims. And their spread formation. He's gonna take the snap. Joseph looking downfield under pressure by that Coastal defense, takes a massive hit, throws across his body, finds a receiver who jutes a man and gets brought down around the 3, and 2 flags come flying out late in that play.
Pass is complete to Isaiah Page.
If it's on both sides, then they're going to have to redo that play.
Absolutely. That was Isaiah Page with the reception for about 30 yards, 29 yards on that reception.
Refs are going to sort this one out here. 2 flags on the play. 1 came at the time of the catch, and then 1 came at the end of the play.
Yeah. I think we might get targeted on that last hit. But it'll be interesting to see how these work out.
Old Dominion's already walking back.
Number 2, personal foul, blindside block, offense. Number 80, those penalties, offset, replay, 3rd down.
So we had holding on Courtney Eubanks and a blindside block by number DJ Chandler II.
And that really hurts if you're Old Dominion because you were right there on the doorstep.
Absolutely. Now it's 3rd and 9 once again from the 31. And Joseph will look to pick it up once again. Have a mulligan here.
Never happened. Essentially never happened.
Joseph gonna take the snap here. Looking downfield, a little bit of pressure from Coastal, and he got his man wide open at the goal line, and he's gonna be knocked out at the 1. That was number 8, Alston again.
Same story, busted coverage.
Coastal's pass defense has left much to be desired here later into this game. And just in general, honestly.
And you can't be having that down the stretch. You're trying to hold on to this rather slimmer lead than you had. You can't be allowing stuff like that. You can't be allowing busted coverage like that.
You got an 18-point lead at one point, and ODU is 1 yard away from making it a 5-point lead, and they do it with a handoff to Roche up the middle. Touchdown, making this a 30-35 game. They'll probably go for 2 here to try and make this a 3-point field goal game.
And if you're Coastal, you were given every opportunity. Like, Old Dominion was right there a couple times. You had that drop pass from Vines. That was, that complete pass from Vines. You had that play right down there that was almost put them right on the doorstep. And then you just allow a soft coverage, someone to sit down there in the soft coverage and get it down to the 1.
Yeah.
Coastal was given all the opportunity, and they blew every single one of them.
Yep, they've hit that skid like they were in to open the game off for the first 20 minutes of this game. A lot of penalties, a lot of sloppy play from the Coastal defense. And that has resumed here in the last 20 minutes as Joseph takes the snap, gonna put this on Page, and he fumbles it. Did he get in though? I don't know if he broke the plane before he lost it. And Coastal stops them for now. They might take a look at this. Page was not marked as crossing the plane, but he caught it right on the goal line.
That was really, really close.
If you've been here long enough at the Chanticleer, that was reminiscent of the end of the BYU game. Stonewalled right on the goal line. Different outcome? Maybe. Dax Milne on the goal line.
Absolutely, and it looks like that we will be moving to kickoff, so ODU does not convert on the two-point conversion, making this 35-30, and ODU will need a touchdown to take the lead.
Still plenty of time here if you're ODU to get that touchdown, especially with the Coastal offense kind of sputtering here late in the game.
Absolutely. But we will head to a media timeout. You're listening to WCCUSN, Coastal Carolina's student-run sports network. Welcome back into WCCUSN's coverage of Coastal Carolina Chanticleer football. Coastal right now holding on for dear life to their 35-30 lead. They will get the ball back after ODU went down the field and scored. Could not get the two. Isaiah Page ruled inches short of the goal line on a two-point conversion, keeping this a 5-point game instead of a 4 or 3-point game. And now to kick off, Ethan Chang.
See if Coastal getting back on offense can string together a couple of good plays and put it in the end zone.
Absolutely, and it looks like a fair catch was called for in the end zone. And Coastal will start their drive at the 25. Vasco looking to answer, as I think ODU's on a 13-0 scoreless run right now.
Not ideal. Coastal in the middle two quarters, or at least at the end of the second quarter, all through the third, was good. It's like an Oreo cookie. The cookie part's not really the best. It's the middle that you like.
Yeah, I like the reference. So
we're on the other end of that Oreo cookie now. The cream is gone. So now you're left with the, you ate the cookie first, you got the cream, now you're at the end with the other cookie. You gotta get rid of it because you don't want to waste food.
Absolutely. And now at the 25 with 10:44 on the clock, Vasco in shotgun, running back to his left, puts Taylor in motion, gonna take the handoff to Washington up the middle, takes it himself up the middle for about 5 yards actually. They're gonna mark him down at the 30.
And we talked about dying breeds, like the people in the different colored sweatshirts and the hats, but they still have like the college logo on it. I'm a bigger fan of when they hold up the cards and they have like funky combinations on them. Like there's like an Ice Cube album cover next to a smiley emoji. Beneath that's like a sickle.
Absolutely, as Vasco is looking towards the people holding up the cover right now to get the play call.
It's very entertaining to see on the broadcast. Like they'll just hold up a random picture of Usher.
Vasco takes the snap, gonna hand it off to Washington up the middle. Gets about 1 yard there.
Go ahead.
I said met the whole Old Dominion defense right there.
Not a big fan of the play calling the last 2 plays. I get that we need to run out the clock. We need to like milk the clock as much as we can. But at the point we're at, we need first downs.
A little too conservative
A
for
little
your liking. 3rd and 5 here for Coastal Carolina. Vasco looking to the sideline for a play call. Washington will be in the backfield with him. And out wide, you got Barone in at tight end. Right, Trey Taylor and Jamison Tucker. Vasco shotgun, Washington to his right. Wide receiver spread out. Vasco takes the snap, looking downfield. The air this one out, looking for Barone, and he finds his Barone laying out, reels it in around the 50 on the sideline. What a beautiful snag right there.
What a catch down there by King Barone.
Vasco took a huge hit as he let that one go to find Barone.
Absolutely, and the Coastal offensive lineman's down right now. This is center Thomas Johnson.
One of the buffet boys for Coastal.
Absolutely, and we will send us to break for the injury, let them settle things out. You're listening to WCCUSN, Coastal Carolina Student-Run Sports Network. Stay tuned for the final 9 minutes of this game. Welcome back into WCCUSN's coverage of Chanticleer football as they handled the injured Thomas Johnson. Number 51, Heston Edwards now coming in under center for, or as the center for Coastal Carolina. Vasco in the shotgun here. Gonna take the snap, fake a handoff to Washington, looking for a receiver way downfield. He got Trey Taylor, he underthrows him, and it's almost intercepted by Old Dominion, but dropped by number 12, Jerome Carter.
Phew. Way underthrown pass there. After getting lucky, he completed the pass to Barone earlier for the first down and getting obliterated in the backfield.
Shades of last year Ethan Vasco showing there. Let's hope that's not something we're going to see down the stretch here.
Yeah, and that is a huge missed opportunity from Jerome Carter, the safety for Old Dominion. He really could have thrown this game into a different direction again.
Could have sucked the air out of Brook Stadium.
Yeah. 2nd and 10 from Old Dominion's 49-yard line. Vasco takes the snap, gonna swing it out wide to Trey Taylor on the sideline. Nice little screen pass for about 5 yards right there.
That reception made.
Also, they are getting a little more aggressive with the play calling, which is something that I like, but you don't want to get too aggressive and be, too loose with the football as close as it is.
Absolutely.
Stay within your game plan,
That screen pass makes it about 3rd and 7, 3rd and 8, or not 3rd and 8, 3rd and 7, yep. Vasco in the shotgun. Washington gonna fake. Give the ball to Washington up the middle, who breaks through the hole.
Oh,
and he's got
there
a
he's
green
going.
grass.
Anyway, goodbye.
Touchdown, but there is Laundry on the field. It might be coming back. There's a flag at the 27-yard line. But another explosive play from Christian Washington. Why doesn't he touch the ball more?
I have no idea. You're giving it to Bennett. Feed Washington the same. Washington looks frustrated. That is all but an indicator that this one is coming back, unfortunately.
Absolutely. As Washington, the redshirt freshman, I believe.
We have a Monarch down on the field, too.
Yeah.
Down by the 40.
I'm at the 40. I'm trying to get a number on that one.
Trying to find the number. He has very long, luscious hair blocking his nameplate and his number.
Got that Troy Polamalu hair.
And Brooks Stadium is not happy about that holding call.
The Boo Birds come out as that stops the shots from a touchdown. And did they get the first down still, though, is the question. I think they will have a first down unless they are saying this penalty is from. I thought it was at the 27 where the holding came in.
Yeah, they threw it around like the 29, 28-yard line.
And the ball is right now placed at the 37-yard line, so.
Looks like it'll be first down or at the very least 4th and inches.
Yeah. 3rd and inches because the down won't be taken away.
You're right.
Due to holding, but yep, they're moving the chains, it looks like. So it will be first down here for Coastal Carolina.
Silver lining. We'll take the silver lining. It's not everything's lost.
Yeah, and I'm still trying to, I can't tell you, I think that's number 45 or 10. Koa Natala, the middle linebacker that leads the team in tackles. I believe that's him who's being taken off the field, who was looked at for injury. 8:06 on the clock here. 1st and 10 now for Coastal at the 37-yard line of Old Dominion. Looking to put an exclamation point on this game with a scoring drive here and hopefully pushing it out of reach for ODU if you're a Coastal fan. Vasco in shotgun, Bennett to his right. 3 wide receivers split out. In motion, the wide receiver goes, gonna fake the handoff. Now he's gonna throw a screen pass to Bennett, and there's a lot of green grass in front of Bennett, and he's at the 20, 15, 10.
There he is.
Touchdown, Braden Bennett once again. His name, he's a magnet for that end zone for these Chanticleers, and Coastal takes a 41-30 lead.
And this time the only thing on the field is teal, no yellow in sight.
That's how we like it. There's a little bit of bronze.
Just a touch.
But it's mostly teal out there. And Bennett went straight to the beach chairs to let them know.
Yep.
Those are ours.
Yep, they're ours.
They're not yours.
Coastal property.
Great run by Bennett. Great blocking by the big men up front.
Great answer by the Chanticleers.
Great play design. Great everything there as Tate Hensley puts this extra point up and through. 42-30, 7:56 on the clock. And we are going to have a media timeout here. Stay tuned for the final 8 minutes of this game. You're listening to WCCUSN, Coastal Carolina Student-Run Sports Network. Welcome back into WCCUSN's broadcast of Coastal Carolina Chanticleer football. Coastal just scored a touchdown on a long Brandon Bennett screen pass, 37 yards out. And Bennett continues to be a magnet for that end zone.
I'm going to stand here and I'm going to say this has been a very weirdly officiated game.
It has
Not in
been
the sense that it's been bad, it's just the amount of plays that have been called back due to penalties. Coastal has 140 penalty yards.
The wild thing to look at is the balance between these two teams too. Is this kick is going to be dropped at the goal line and now returned by Roche. And he's going to be swarmed at the 20 and he's spun down there. Now 7:50 on the clock and
Return on the play.
Joseph will look to answer once again.
Special teams has an answer for Roche. Let's see if the defense does. He's been slicing and dicing our guys up front.
Absolutely. He has been tearing us up in that run game.
Absolutely.
It's do or die here if you're Old Dominion.
It is. You got to get points on the board. You got to get in the end zone, honestly. A field goal does you nothing here. That would only put you down 9 points. So you got to get in the end zone.
Back down by 2 scores. Needs to get to the end zone. You do have all 3 timeouts.
Absolutely. Let's see what Colton Joseph got here. Colton Joseph in the shotgun, going to take the snap. Going to hand this ball up the middle. I think that is Duke with the carry for about 3 yards. Big Coastal swarm in there.
And this is big, not just for Old Dominion's offense, but for Coastal's defense.
Absolutely. And Joseph in the shotgun. Receiver spread out wide. Takes the snap, looking downfield. Can't find his man on the drag route. I think that was Conroy. Good to see him back on the field. The hit to the head must not have been too severe.
Old Dominion's buses just rolled up outside of Brooks Stadium.
Absolutely, as it is 3rd and 6 now. It's 7:19 on the clock. At ODU's 24-yard line. Joseph will look to pick up this first down as Old Dominion has really thrived in 3rd down as Joseph takes the snap and finds, never mind, through the hands of his tight end, Conroy. Conroy not able to squeeze that one in. Not the most accurate pass, but still catchable.
If you remember earlier, Conroy was shaken up by that hit on the middle of the field. And that wanted me to bring you back to my point. And you're in the middle of the field, and you're in the middle of the field. You have 215 plus pound line, most pure muscle. It's a miracle you get out of there alive.
Absolutely.
Especially in open field.
Yeah. And ODU will punt this ball. 7:15 on the clock. We'll look to get a quick stop here. This punt is high in the sky, but not traveling too far. It is fair caught by Trey Taylor at the 39-yard line.
Taylor makes a fair catch.
Coastal's offense will trot back onto the field. Another 40-point game for Coastal's offense. I think coming into today, Coastal's offense was averaging 36.8 points per game, 30th in the nation. And they just added to it. Usually when you're averaging that high, you don't expect it to go up anymore.
No, absolutely not. And credit to Travis Trickett coming in, revamping this offense. This is his brainchild, putting guys where they need to go.
It has clearly been working through the first 5 games of the year. Vasto takes the snap, going to hand this one up the middle to Washington, who will dance around for about 3 yards before being brought down.
And we're watching Vasco right now. We're watching Washington. We're going to see how long that lasts. We'll see at some point Noah Kim may come in, get some snaps.
Possibly here.
Bear in mind, it is a rather short week between now and James Madison. We'll split the travel to Harrisonburg of the game on Thursday.
Yes.
Well, short week, not a good look. Vasto takes the snap, hands it off to Price this time, and he gets bottled up behind the line of scrimmage for a loss of 1 yard.
If I'm Coastal, I'm going for a little slant route.
Little RPO action.
Little RPO again. Go back to the bread and butter. It's what works best for you.
Whenever you need a pass, that does seem to be working, especially when a team is down 12. They're expecting to run shotgun. He's going to look to the sideline to change the play.
Find your guy who's been helping you all night, Jameson Tucker, or find your big body in Kendall Carr.
Absolutely.
Or Kane Barone.
Now Vasco, just under 6 minutes now, takes the snap. He's looking to find one of his receivers, and there's Kendall Carr, the big body,
there
as
he
you
is.
mentioned. Gonna be brought down. Never mind, that is not Kendall Carr. That is number 33, Zach Courtney with the reception. You usually don't see Courtney out there on the field. Getting some reps here late in the game.
Better late than never.
Absolutely.
Running a slow in route.
He used his body well there, blocked out any defenders, brought the ball in, got the first down. 1st and 10 at the 49.
Bit of a backbreaker for your Old Dominion.
Absolutely, as you're just watching the clock slowly melt its way down. Vasco shotgun, receivers, 3 receivers spread out wide. Price in the backfield with Vasco. He's going to hand it off to Price and gets swarmed instantly. Old Dominion is selling out run clearly as Price loses 2 yards on that play.
I'm not mad that Coastal's leaning into the run.
No.
The Coastal's showing they're already going to take their time. They snap that ball for like 5 seconds up to the play clock. They're going to milk as much of this clock as they possibly can if they know that Old Dominion will get the ball back.
Absolutely. You're up 2 possessions. You don't have to score. You don't have to pad your lead any. You can just melt this clock down to as low as time as possible and then punt it away.
Send everyone home happy.
Vasco, shotgun. Price to his right. Price is right. Vasco takes the high snap, able to handle it. Gives it to Price up the middle, who will get about 5 yards, making this 3rd and 8.
Nice little 3rd and medium.
Absolutely, and we will see our first timeout from Old Dominion this half, as they call a timeout here. I think it will be a 30-second timeout, so we won't be going anywhere. But
Old Dominion now trying to preserve as much clock as possible, knowing that it's possible that they will get the ball back.
absolutely. Let's give a shout out to a couple of the star players for Coastal's offense today. Ethan Vasco, clearly big factor, 18 for 25, 72% completion percentage for 328 yards and 3 touchdowns and didn't turn the ball over once. QB rating of 221.8. The ground game we've had, it feels like a 3-headed monster back there with Bennett, Price, and Washington. Washington leading the way with 6 attempts for 88 yards, but Bennett has found the end zone twice at one time in the air. And receiving-wise, 3 different players have a touchdown, but the main standout here is number 17. I think that's Cameron Wright. He has 4 receptions for 148 yards and a touchdown with a long of 58 today. Very explosive offense we've seen today from Coastal.
And Wright was not on my bingo card to eclipse 100 yards today.
No, he's usually not the main target. You usually think Jamison Tucker. And then Vasco takes the snap here. He's looking deep down the sideline again. And this is Jamison Tucker, who reels it in on the sideline around the 10-yard line and keeps the chains moving. That's, I think, might be the dagger right there.
Go ahead. I think, you were talking about that. You were talking about Jamison Tucker being the main target. Goes right to him for a strike. Brings it to within 10.
Holy cow. Like I said, you throw it to James Tucker, good things are almost guaranteed to happen to you.
That was a spectacular catch down the sideline right there.
Oh, absolutely. DB draped all over him, falling to the ground. Just an amazing play there by Tucker.
Now 4:04 on the clock. It is 1st and goal now from the Old Dominion 10-yard line. Coastal will either have to get in the end zone this drive or kick a field goal now.
Not quite the dagger. They only have goal to go, and they'll probably end up having to kick off at some point.
Now they take a delayed game, making it 1st and goal from the 15. The celebrations went on a little too long there for Coastal, it seems like.
Stops the clock.
Does. But if there is, so you got 3 plays, 40 seconds each time, so Old Dominion probably get the ball back with around 2 minutes on the clock.
It does put them in around that same spot where they scored the touchdown off that RPO earlier in the 3rd, I believe it was.
And then you're really sitting on a prayer, especially if you can hold them to a field goal. You need. Oh, and there's a snap over Vasco's head. He's just going to dive on it around the 28-yard line. Now it's 2nd and goal from the 28 from Narnia.
And if you're Old Dominion, there's that prayer that you were talking about.
Yeah.
A little bit of a miscue. I believe the backup center is still in there. injured starting center hasn't come back out yet. Just a little bit of a timing issue.
Yeah, it's a big thing with the center quarterback exchange is one of the biggest things in football. And when you lose your starter, Thomas Johnson, late in the game too, crucial time. I think 51, who's came in, that is Heston Edwards, has done relatively a good job. That's the first time we've had to say his name since he's come in. And usually, if you're not saying an O-lineman's name, that means he's doing a good job.
No, the center put a little bit too much mustard on that.
Yeah.
Could have been a disaster for Coastal.
Yeah. We've seen a couple high snaps earlier from him on this drive, but Vasco was able to handle this. This one a little too much pace on it, a little too high. Bad combination leads to second and goal from the 29.
Thankfully avoiding an LA Tech, Mississippi State-esque situation where it would have been like third in a year. Third in the next state over.
Well, Vasco also does the smart thing, just falls on the ball. Sometimes players try to be heroes, sometimes quarterbacks, but Vasco showing off his game intelligence there, his game IQ, just falling on the ball, knowing he has a 12-point lead. Just don't mess it up.
So this is much bigger than me potentially picking this up and throwing it.
Yeah. I don't need this highlight play.
No, you already have a lot tonight.
Yeah. I mean, it does suck to eat in the minus 19 yards right there for Vasco, if it counts against him on the rush. No, it doesn't. It will count as a sack. Vasco takes the snap, hands it off to Washington. He's trying to bounce around, and he gets his way around the edge, but then he gets brought down. It looks like he might be able to eke his way out of there. And here comes a timeout from Old Dominion with 3:35 left on the clock.
I'll say, we saw him bouncing around there. We've seen him break off runs like that all game today. So it's a little surprising he wasn't able to get away from those two defenders, but still it's well.
Based on what we've seen, as you said, when he bounces it out, when he's spinning, you're like, oh, it's another one. Here comes another gash.
You don't take him down the first time, you're holding your breath if you're the defense. You're like, uh-oh, we couldn't get him down the first time. Where's he going?
I would love to see Washington get 10-plus carries every game. He only has 7 here. 89 yards, though, is ridiculous on 7 carries. Most of that come from 1 carry. He's very explosive on the ground game. I think he's the fastest running back we have, just based off of what I see from game to game. But, yeah, 12.7 a carry. That will win games, won't it?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah. Whenever that number is above 7, 7 or above, it'll win games. That number wins championships. That number wins you personal awards.
Exactly. That gets you in the Heisman talk if you consistently do that.
I just saw an amazing one-handed catch down there from one of the T-shirt cannons.
Uh-oh.
That was crazy.
A little fan getting involved, fan action. Vasco, shotgun, high snap, able to handle it, gives it up to Washington, who was brought down fairly instantly at the 29. And I think we'll see Hensley for about a 49-yard field goal, 47.
So it's going to be a little bit of a distance for Hensley.
Hensley trotting out, hopefully, to push this game to a 15-point game.
The 15 makes it a 2-touchdown game, where you need 2 touchdowns and 1 2-point conversion. In these final, we're under 3 minutes now. 2:55 on the clock. And Hensley, snap back, hold down. Hensley's kick up, and true. 45-30, Coastal Carolina. Feels like this one's pretty settled, but you never know. Don't want to speak too early.
Absolutely. In college sports, no.
Anything can happen.
College sports holds a lot more chaos energy than NFL.
So for college sports, we're getting down to like the witching hour. It's 10:40 right now, about an hour to midnight.
Yeah.
Crazier things have happened.
You never know.
Yep, you never know.
But will the clock strike midnight on ODU? We hope so.
This has definitely been the slowest, fastest game I've ever been a part of.
Yeah.
I was about to mention, you talked like from our one break, because that was the last 9 minutes, and that 9 minutes took like maybe 5 minutes.
Yeah, no, it's been a wild. All
5
the
minutes
stoppages,
to get a minute by.
And all the stoppages have been ridiculous.
Due to injury, due to flags, due to just random stuff happening.
Reviews, we've had like 3 of those today.
Throwing the whole kitchen sink out this game.
getting everyone involved in today's game. Everyone a part of the crew. Now, Liam Gray to kick it off here. Probably his last kick of the day here. He will boot this one away. It will go into the end zone and be a touchback.
What does ODU have up their sleeve this time?
Wouldn't be surprised if we saw a little trickery here, you know.
Shoshana clears off guard.
Try to get anything. A quick score is really what they're looking for. Protect the seams if you're Coastal, though.
Protect the middle.
Yeah, that's been your whole downfall all game long. Protect the seams. I know usually they say at the end of the game, keep them away from the sideline so they can't stop the clock. But with how Coastal's been torched down the middle repeatedly today, I think that should be more of the focus here with just under 3 minutes left for 2:47 on the clock. And now Joseph in the shotgun.
Keep an auxiliary guy between the hashes.
Actually, I believe that's Young in the backfield with him. If not, it's Roche. He just takes the snap, gonna fling it out wide to Page, who's met instantly by a Coastal defender, and now a swarm of Coastal defenders meet him. I think that was Shane Bruce with the initial contact on Page there.
I was going to mention that when it's this late in the game, your defense, you're up by 15 points. It's the easiest philosophy to go out there. Is keep everything in front of you.
Absolutely, as Joseph shotgun takes the snap. Coastal sending a little bit of pressure. He's able to avoid the pressure, rolling out to the right now, getting up the sideline for about 3 yards.
Old Dominion still technically has a timeout with a 2-minute warning coming up.
Yes, they do. And that doesn't stop the clock, as the clock will run down to close to that 2-minute warning. But it looks like they're going to try to get a playoff. It's 3rd and 4 here. Joseph in shotgun, going to get the snap off before the 2-minute timeout, and he's going to look to his receiver on the right sideline, who gets loose from the first tackler. Tackler gets up and chases him down out of bounds. That was number 8. That is Alston again.
Reception made by Alston.
And that will send us to the 2-minute timeout with 1:54 on the clock. The score is 45-30. Coastal has been fairly dominant. Old Dominion will try to make a miracle happen in these last 2 minutes, but we will be back after this break. You're listening to WCCUSN. Welcome back into WCCUSN's coverage of Chanticleer football. We're just coming out of the 2-minute timeout. Score's 45-30 in Coastal's favor. As Old Dominion now at the 50-yard line, 1st and 10. Gonna try to punch in another score here, make it look a little better at the end. Maybe look for a miracle, get an onside kick, get a little feisty.
First down.
We shall see. It's definitely not over yet for Old Dominion.
Joseph in the shotgun, receiver spread out wide, takes the snap, and a quick pressure. He's able to avoid it, though. And now he's looking downfield. Now he takes off to the 40, 35. He goes down. Now the hurry-up offense will pick up. 1:43 on the clock. It stops due to the first down until they are lined up. Now he's done a snap the ball, looking downfield, and a lot of pressure, and just floats this into the dirt as he goes down. Joseph, not a lot of space to work with there, as defense was instantly there. That previous down, I don't think that play will count, actually, because the refs did not blow the whistle.
They didn't set the ball?
Yeah.
Please reset the game clock to 1:35. Thank you.
Yep, we will bat this. Oh, never mind, 1:35. They just reset the game clock. So it's still 2nd down. The play does count. Just had to manage the clock a little bit. It's Joseph looking to add to his stats as he's 20 for 36, 241, 3 touchdowns, 1 INT, rating of 133.7. And Joseph will take the snap, looking for a screen pass to Page out wide. He overshoots him. Not a lot of space to work with anyways, as instantly hit on the overthrown ball by, I think that's Christian Conyer.
3rd down and 10. Coastal defense holding strong so far.
3rd and 10 from Coastal's 34. 1:30 on the clock. Joseph in the shotgun, running back to his left. 3 wide receivers split out to his left, and now he's going to step up and just shuffles his forward to Roche, who's going to pick up the 1st down. Gets about 15 on the play.
Still have barely found an answer for Roche.
Yeah, Roche's doing it on the ground and in the air, it feels like, all second half, as they hustle to the line. And Joseph takes the snap, now looking towards the end zone, it looks like. And a big swarm of Coastal defenders around him, and he brings him down after he picks up about 1 yard, though. They pushed him forward a little bit there.
Getting a little close. They're getting a little close here.
The hurry up continues. Joseph, we're under a minute left. Joseph takes the snap, gonna hand this off to Roche up the middle as he shoots through the hole, tries to make a move, but gets tackled down around the 7. 49 clock stops due to the 1st down. 49 seconds on the clock here. And hurrying up, Joseph gonna take the snap, gonna look for his receiver. We're in the corner of the end zone, floats it up, and just out the back of the end zone looking for Conroy.
Complete. 2nd down.
He looked at him the whole way, and the DB was not fooled.
No.
He tried to put it up on the top shelf where only his guy can get it, but at the end of the day, nobody got it.
Yeah, I think that was Jalen Hampton on coverage right there. Good job keeping his eyes on the quarterback, reading what he was seeing. Now Joseph will look to punch it in on 2nd and 7. Or 2nd and goal from the 7.
And Beck's a little heated about something.
As he calls a timeout. He did come in hot to these refs on the near side for us.
Did seem to look like they were ignoring him.
Well, they probably want to get home too at this point.
I understand.
Yeah, I get it. This game is basically over unless you score here, recover the onside, and then score again within a span of 38 seconds.
And get a 2-point conversion.
Right. The clock is not on Old Dominion's side, nowhere near on Old Dominion's side right now.
This has been an absurdly long game. The start time was 7 and it's almost 11 o'clock.
You know what they say. You can hear the vocals of the fat lady warming up.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that's cancerable to say fat, but who knows?
We'll find out eventually.
Yeah.
It's still,
At some point, we'll find out.
arbitrary at the most.
Okay. Second and goal from the 7, 38 on the clock. 45-30 is the score. Joseph will look to make this at least 45-37 with a touchdown here. Joseph puts his receiver in motion, takes the snap, looking out wide for Page, and he is going to get stuffed at the 1. He reels it in, but brought down instantly by Jalen Hampton again. And now here comes the hurry up. Clock is not ticking because he went out of bounds.
Third down.
And now Joseph in shotgun, waiting for his receiver to set up out wide. That's Page. Going to take the snap, handoff. No, he's going to keep it himself. And Joseph finds the end zone on the ground, making this game 45-36 with just under 30 seconds left, 29 on the clock.
So everyone in the stadium knows that Old Dominion, after this extra point, their next move is onside kick.
Yeah.
If you watched any inkling of football, you know that's what's coming up next.
The extra point here, onside kick.
Very rarely do those ever result in a favorable for the kicking team.
Yeah.
Very, very rarely. Coast got to put their hands team out there.
I would say it's probably like 90% that the hands team recovers.
It's looking more like 90, like 8%.
Yeah.
The
Field goal.
hands team recovers it.
Field goal up and good.
Good.
Making this 37-45 with 29 on the clock.
Even though the odds are in Coastal's favor, you are feeling the heat a little bit. There is that little inkling that what if it does bounce the way we don't want it to bounce? What if it
And
bounces
you
right
never-
into their hands?
And then there's also the lingering thought of you don't want to be the guy to mess up on the hands
Right.
team. And then you get in your head a little bit, a little jittery, maybe drop the ball.
Like you see the ball bounces towards you, like, and you freeze up, and then, you know, the next thing you know, the ball's bouncing off of you.
You know what you do? You sit here and you find solace that no matter what, if Old Dominion gets in and scores, if they get that 2-pointer, it's only tied. You send it to
Very
overtime. Old Dominion, there's no point, there's no juncture here where they can win.
To the left. Take it back now, y'all. One up this time.
Yeah, that is true. There is no way they can win in regulation right now
Nope.
unless things went real bonkers. But the worst that can happen to Coastal is overtime, it looks like right now.
One up this time.
And the hands team is out there. And it looks like this is about to be what we call a rugby scrum, as both are just lined up right across from each other, and it's about to be who can get the ball first.
I have never in my life seen a
Dude.
kickoff formation like this.
For both teams, I've never seen the receiving team put everyone in the middle of the field on the front. And I've never seen the whole kicking team be lined up between the hashes, basically, looking to kick it down the middle for an onside kick.
There's going to be a massive humanity down there on this kickoff.
This game has pulled out all the stops, including being a one possession.
It really has.
One of the more entertaining games I've been able to witness.
Yeah, it really has been one of the highest scoring games I've ever been a part of. And
Showing the Chanticleer Regiment up on the Jumbotron.
yeah, they're getting after it.
They're having fun.
They're a couple of the last people in here. That's our only section patch right now. Everyone has basically cleared out. Felt like most people cleared out when Coastal took that 18-point lead. But then Old Dominion whittled it back down to 5, but Coastal pulled away for the late drive.
Here we go.
Here it is, onside kick from Ethan Sanchez, and he gets it right down the field, and Trey Taylor's going to end up with it and falls down at the Coastal 31-yard line, and that will wrap this game up. The best formation any fan can hear or any player can experience, victory formation, as Coastal's Ethan Vasco and the offense will trot out there and enter that formation and kneel it down.
And as soon as that whistle blew, everyone collectively stood up and is now making their way to the exits.
Absolutely, and as this happens, I don't feel the need to talk about the kneel, honestly, but I will look forward to the upcoming schedule of Coastal Carolina. Next game, October 10th, this Thursday, going to Harrisonburg, Virginia to face James Madison. Then we'll return home on October 19th to face Louisiana and the Ragin' Cajuns. And then we'll return to the road to face Troy at Troy on November 2nd. For Old Dominion, their next game will be against Georgia State in Atlanta, Georgia. Georgia State's 4-1 or I guess in the series, Old Dominion's 4-1. I'm not too sure what these records are on the side. But after that, they'll have a little 2-game home stint against Texas State on the 19th and Georgia Southern on the 24th. Who's your highlight player of the game? And then we'll wrap this up.
My highlight player of the game, honestly, it's going to go to the losing team, Old Dominion. Roche, the Chanticleers had no answer for Roche. All game, he was dicing the front. He ends the night with 86 yards and a touchdown on 12 attempts.
That's and in the area, 2 for 27 also.
Exactly.
For Roche, very solid, balanced game for him. Too bad his team couldn't pull it out. For UK,
I mean, mine's going to be one of the easier pickings. Give me Cameron Wright. Like, I didn't expect him to bust out like he did in this game. Tallying 148 yards and a touchdown as long as being a 58-yard bomb.
Absolutely.
It's absolutely wonderful.
Yeah, another great player who had a great outing here tonight. 4 for 148 and 1 touchdown, as you said. My player of the game, the dude that really swung this into Coastal's favor, Juan Powell. Big fumble recovery return to the end zone. Couldn't ask for anything better. Then it felt like all Coastal for the next 10 minutes. Momentum shifted a little, but Coastal found it again by the end, winning the game 45-37. We'd like to thank you all for tuning in to our broadcast of Coastal versus Old Dominion. And we hope to see you next time. Thank you all for listening to WCCUSN, Coastal Carolina's student-run sports network. Chance up!